like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too warm to mend, and the storm just coming in. The tiller it starts to spin, overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, not the end.
Tiller it starts to spin as overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, no, not the end. She tucks you in and lays your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. She tucks you in, circle and start to sing. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The captain in sick bay, night of dead, no sign of clearer skies ahead. But hold fast, dear lads, this is not her last. This is just the beginning, no, not the end. 'Cause she'll tuck you in and lay your head to rest. With the lock you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. She tucks you in, circle and start to sing. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. Tucks you in and lays your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear the treasure right out of your chest. She sucks you in, you circle and start to sink. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink.
You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The tiller it starts to spin as overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, not the end.
Will continue to babble on long after the light is gone. And if you heed her song, she'll lead you to Zion, a good book away for a Sauvignon. I guarantee a light left on. Believers and on may both be wrong. I think the thing you can rely on is a riverside road to ramble on, past the last of your destinations, and you can only amble along, hoping it leads you to Zion.
This brook will continue to Babylon. I've been trying to find her heart, but I guess that is gone. That is all I wanted. I thought you wanted the same, and I thought I had found the answer in money, but lost the change. I can't keep following you down these blind roads. Driving with no GPS, I lose you everywhere I go. And I wanted you to call me and say that you were right in front of me. Instead, I'm writing songs thinking, what the hell have you done to me? What the hell have I done to you? I took away your innocence, but I guess it helped you out cause you're on your Miss Independent ship. I just wanted closure, you started it, let me finish it. But I can't get it right unless I write and send my penmanship. We lost that friendship, but gained experience. I was high off your love, but I think I'm getting delirious. You take over my thoughts. Now that I know you hated it, I guess I'm just a blank space, and that would make you Taylor Swift. But let me take this path I chose, cause I'm sick of trying to find happiness in money, cars, and clothes. And I'm sick of everyone telling me that they've been down this road, cause I walked down it and found nowhere to go.
This brook will continue to Babylon long after the light is gone. And if you heed her song, she'll lead you to Zion. A good book away for a Sauvignon. I guarantee a light left on. Believers and none may both be wrong. I think the thing you can rely on is a riverside road to ramble on, past the last of your destination, and you can only amble along, hoping it leads you to Zion.
As I ramble on, trying to find nirvana, I'll have to find it alone. I can see that in your persona. I need to be here alone. There was nothing that you could help me with. At least back then I had somebody to be selfish with. All alone, it's just me and this pen. Lost my life, lost my girl, lost my world, lost my friend. I am in the places in, cause I made it past the misery. I'll never let another person take away my energy. I'll never look back and say I was too scared to go for it. Used to always do that, now I got nothing to show for it. Oh Lord, hose or hosier, take me to church because at least nobody knows me there. People without the vision hate it, but below they're scared. Hope I care a little, but look in my eyes and no one's there. But when the light drops, it turns into a solar flare, and everything's no longer black and white, no polar bear. And everything I thought was real somehow just faded, man. I just wanna look at my dad and say I made it, man. He told me, son, just speak your mind and never take it back. I'm trying to find a path to Zion, I hope I make it back. Until then,
this brook will continue to Babylon long after the light is gone. And if you heed her song, then she'll lead you to Zion. A good book away for a Sauvignon. I guarantee a light left on. Believers and none may both be wrong. I think the thing you can rely on. Riverside roads will ramble on, past the last of your destination, and you can only amble along, hoping it leads you to Zion.
Derek Hislop on the lead guitar.
Lot of more day to the day-da-da-da. Baby, don't you know, don't you know, don't you cry. Lot of more day to the day-da-da-da. Lot of more day to the day that we die. Baby, don't you know, don't you know, don't you cry. Lot of more day to the day that we die.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Collateral TV broadcast. I am your host, Cole. And we're going to be playing some Cult of the Lamb. And I hope you guys join me in my quest for world domination. With that, we're going to allow Destiny to annoy us in the background. I hope you don't mind. But if you do, then make yourself heard.
Psychologists are absolutely not related in any size, shape, form, anywhere. To be a psychologist, I don't even know if a psychologist is like an actual like real term, but like if you go to school and you get a bachelor's,
An actual like real
I
term.
think generally
Thanks,
for
Destiny.
psychology, I think after you get a bachelor's, you usually go one of two paths. You can either work in research psychology, meaning you're like the guy conducting tests, or you can become a clinical psychologist, which is like a really, really, really expensive therapist. Not really, but like a clinical psychologist might be involved in managing like high-level patients, or what is a clinical psychologist job? Let's check. Continuing comprehensive mental and behavioral health care for individuals, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I guess like an ultra upgraded fucking therapist, basically, I guess, yeah. You do know that talking to a psychiatrist every month for a refill is a scam, right? Really? I heard that, I think I've heard in multiple places. I guess I never looked it up. But if you go to a new psychiatrist and they prescribe you certain types of restricted or controlled substances that they want to have a meetup after 30 days to make sure everything's okay before they give you like a 90-day prescription. I think I've heard that from 2 or 3 different people, so I just assumed it was like standard practice. Yeah. However, okay, so psychologists can be like research psychologists, clinical psychologists, whatever. I guess maybe for psychiatrists, maybe they could see patients too, but I feel like it would be really, really, really expensive. One thing you should be aware of is when you talk about a therapist or a counselor, I believe in the United States these are not protected terms. Let me check real quick. You have to be licensed as a therapist, as a counselor. A master's degree is needed when you consider practicing as a counselor in Florida. Oh, maybe not a therapist? One of these terms I believe is unprotected. One of these terms is not. It's kind of like a dietitian versus a nutritionist. I think like one. I don't know which is which, but I think like a dietitian might have to go to school or something. But like a nutritionist could just be like you read Wikipedia. This says you need a state license to practice in any field of counseling or therapy. Let me check. Fuck, I hate Quora. I get a lot of unreliable answers on Quora. Oh, you're just supposed to put Reddit after everything. But then Reddit is like the internet. I don't like that either. Do you need license to be called a therapist? Reddit. Can I become a therapist /counselor with a master's or social work degree? Keep in mind the person would still be pursued highly informed researchers. I should know I'm not a lawyer. No, this is legal, unethical, people. Unlicensed psychotherapists are not without qualifications. They're graduate students who are studying how to provide therapy, prescribed by the rules, and provide potential like life coaching. Interesting. Wait, 14 bullets were unnecessary. What is this? Sorry, watching someone get killed. Let's see, the guy's robbing the store. He's in front of the counter, he's holding a gun. Looks like he throws something at the dude. What is it, a baggie or something to collect money in? No, I think everything here is by the book. Guy basically shoots him, I don't know, like 10 or 15 times. But the guy, I mean, like, the guy really tried to rob us for the gun. The other dude just shot him until he ran out of bullets. I think it was fine. Nah, I think it was good. I think everything about this was good. If you are, hey, listen, if you want to rob people, if you want to be a A+ criminal, okay, take notes from the cops. Hello? Ugh. Make sure you can always see people's hands at all points in time, okay? Do you know if therapist and counselor, are both of those legally protected terms? Do you know?
I actually don't know.
No. Okay. If you can make it not locked, that's cool, I guess. As long as, well, when you push the thing on the outside and it goes bum bum bum, that means it locked. Yeah, why? We don't have to say it. I can type it to you. Yeah? Are you looking for my Amazon deliveries, or are you looking for the... yes. You can go down and ask the people. Oh, Heal Shit Podcast. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs and the 10 gifted subs. And they don't have it?
I'm doing good,
Oh,
Ava.
wait,
How are you
is it
doing?
in that room? Is it that box? Maybe Lycan brought it? Is that it? Blame Lycan, not me. Be careful.
I'm gonna have to do 2 runs.
Wait, did Cherry do a manifesto on you? Nice. This is your guys' fault. I don't know why you fucking retards keep interacting with her, but okay. Have fun, be careful. The question was also linked to another question, and that is, do you usually need to see a psychologist or psychotherapist before going to a psychiatrist? I've never gone through any of those, but I feel like the time has come where I might want to get medicated. If you're talking to any therapist or anybody like that, chances are they're going to have some connection or link to somebody that can prescribe medication. What?
Most counselors and therapists won't have super good connections to psychiatrists. We're the only people that can prescribe medication because there's so few psychiatrists.
I feel like if you
If you get a clinical psychologist, you would probably be able to get a psychiatrist.
in the United States, well, in the United States at least, like if you look at like ADHD therapist or whatever, if you would go to like
Ava, go read
you would
the
go to like a
rules of
therapist
the
or counselor
chat,
that is
please.
working with these types of things.
If you go to a firm that's working with those things, you'll have a connect. But if you go to a private, so if you go to like Psychology Today,
Mm-hmm. I feel like in the U.S., I feel like people usually have like they can refer, or like they'll have like somebody they can refer you to go, and you might have to have like an appointment with them for medication. But
sometimes most of them have like local resources that they recommend. And it's usually whatever you can do in your area.
is that true in the is that true in the U.S.?
A lot of times, yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
When I've talked to for my clients, when I've talked to therapists and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
a really big issue that I've had when I talk to therapists is that they don't have a really broad referral list and they don't have specific like medical diagnostic connections. So they're like, these are the centers that I personally like the most, that my clients have had the most success at. That would be the recommendations, but they won't be like, I personally know Doctor blah blah blah.
Interesting.
Unless you're going to like a larger firm that has like multiple clinical psychologists and stuff, those people tend to have direct connect to doctors.
Okay. Interesting. I'll pull people.
If it's like a mental health therapist or licensed like an LPCC, like it just super depends on like what type of professional you're seeing. 'Cause
Okay.
unless they're a PhD clinical psych, they probably don't have like crazy high connections.
Okay. Okay. I'm curious for you guys. I'm still curious if that's true for most of you. What would the question be? Was it easy for you to get recommended to a psychiatrist for medication from your therapist? Question mark. Yes. Is Anna afraid of being on stream after the random harassment for no reason? Oh my god. No. Oh no, she went home yesterday morning, I think. She was only here for like 3 or 4 days, I think. Don't worry, I have another friend coming tonight we can hang out with. You can traumatize. Yes, no. Was it easy to get recommended to a psychiatrist for medication? Yes, no. Never been to therapy, medication or whatever. Oh, this is gonna be really complicated. Actually, I just realized it because if you have a GP, if you like have a doctor that you go to, then your therapist can probably just recommend you that one too. I don't know anything about like hospitals and doctors and prescriptions and all that. None of this shit. I don't know any of this. I asked my psychiatrist today if he could change my prescription to I think it's all in my head. But I asked him if he could give me like 15 of the 60 milligram pills and then like 15 of the 50 milligram pills, so that I could just try 50 and see if I still feel fine and if that feeling of the thumb in my neck goes away. And he was like, yeah, you just have to call in to the pharmacy and see if they fill it. And like, I don't even know what the fuck that means. What do you mean they fill it? Don't they just have the pills there? I don't understand any of the, I don't know how any of this works, okay? From your therapist. So like if I ask you guys this question, you say yes. Like you could just be yes through your, okay, hold on. Yes. From someone I've never seen before, or yes through my own doctor, or no, I had to do a whole new process for medication. Why are you even polling this? I'm just really curious, because what Erudite just said is totally opposite of what my understanding was. It's just nice to know. I'm just curious. My understanding or my feeling is that like if girls, I say girls because everybody I talk to is crazy as a girl, sorry. But any girl I talk to that does like therapy or does a thing or whatever, she's like, oh, the doctor, you know, she wanted me to try this medication. Usually she'd like, they always seem like they have referrals, like, oh, like here's a psychiatrist that I work with, or here's somebody that I know, or here's somebody, and then you just go talk to them and basically grab a prescription. But maybe that's just not the norm, or maybe I'm only talking to people that already have doctors or something. I'm not sure. Yes, to my own doctor. Yes, from someone I've never seen before. And no, I had to do a whole new process for medication. Oh, okay, so maybe it's like 50-50 here, I guess. I'm getting my counseling master's and my psych master's. You only need a counseling master's to get a license to therapy. Anyone can be a counselor, but not everyone can be a therapist unless licensed. Okay. Pretty sure most insurance covers psychiatry. You could probably go directly to a psychiatrist without a referral. Huh? Go directly to a psychiatrist. The problem is that a psychiatrist is a medical doctor. So I feel like a psychiatrist would be really expensive. Am I just making that up? Like, I feel like you can find therapists or counselors that will go as low as $50 an hour, anywhere from like $50 to $300 an hour, depending on like where you're at. But I feel like if you want to see a psychiatrist, I feel like that's like $1,000 appointment. No, am I just making this up, or maybe it's not? It seems like it'd be really expensive. Someone said that's literally what I did. It's not expensive. You can go directly to a psychiatrist and they take insurance. Oh, okay. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'm making that up. Someone said 200-ish. 250 average, not 1,000. Huh. What if so many of your fans have mental problems? We are the neurodivergence. Okay.
Are the airstrikes in Yemen working? Well, when you say working, are they stopping the Houthis? No. Are they going to continue? Yes. Are the airstrikes in
Holy Giga Chad. Do you think he even knows how like fucking Chad some of his answers are, or do you think he's just kind of like on in Biden world?
Thing to remember.
Every day I get called a dirty Jew.
Hassan
You think I'm crying?
changes his position on the N-word.
All the time here. Something to remember.
Every day I get called a dirty Jew. You think I'm crying?
No, I bet like every day here, if you find someone's like nigger,
Jesus.
that would
Yeah,
be not
like
yeah,
basically 200 years of America.
exactly. But
That was insane. Okay, what the? Okay, that was wild. Did not know that that was coming up. That's insane that he just said that. That's crazy. Bro, did he do a tactical N-word deployment to show that the word doesn't hurt him? Is that what it is?
Wait, why would the word hurt him? wait, what? What was that logic?
He did a tactical N-word deployment to show his interlocutors that the word does not threaten him.
He's misquoting the Boschman. Yeah, I know. It was just funny that the guy's like, he's a sand whatever, not the normal whatever, right? Can you update the calendar with your trip next month? I'm still not 100% sure what is happening. There's also Donut Operator wants to shoot, and that might be on the 14th. I don't know. Also, don't know when is our canvassing again, guys? Hold on, let's check. Okay, it's on Saturday and Sunday, not on Friday. Fuck. What am I doing on these 2 days? What am I doing on the 8th and 9th? Ugh. I hate disconnected trips. I'll make it work. Fuck it. Okay. Why didn't Hassan work with Vosh? I don't understand it. Vosh was glazing him for years. Not enough clout. Vosh was too small of a figure. Do you listen to much music? Not right now, unfortunately. But I will tomorrow when I start going to gym. Okay, Destiny, quick review. How can we donate to the canvassing? We already donated to canvassing. We shouldn't need any more, okay? Jesus. Anatole, ex-head developer of official JTV, just got exposed for sexting multiple minors. It's like, instead of a normal thing, you use me, I just sit there. I'd be able to pay around €7,500 a month for that privilege. It's more a lifestyle thing for me. Like, I always wanted to serve a woman like that. I don't actually mean a desire for sex. Is there even a slight tiny chance you'd one day let me be your personal people? I feel like if you saw it as a utilitarian matter, it would be. I want to hear what it sounds like when you pee. Okay, well, who's he even sexting? Do we really need to see these messages? Listen, my man likes urine, okay? There's weirder fetishes out there. Okay, wait. How old is the ex-head developer? And how old are the minors he's texting? I need some ages here, so I know how to feel about this. Is this like some 35-year-old dude trying to sex 14-year-olds? Or is he some like fucking 20-year-old dipshit sexting 17-year-olds? What's going on here? This is the first time I put in a tray where it just doesn't like go on my back tooth at all. It keeps coming out and it's actually driving me fucking insane. Okay. Okay. Jesus Christ. So by the way, Hassan gets 30,000 likes on his tweets, even when they're fucking stupid. Like, that's a lot of people agreeing.
That is a lot of people agreeing.
No, I wouldn't bother. Hassan is fairly active on his Twitter. I call this good engagement, considering it's over 1 million followers. When you post, girls run into this problem. Melina had this problem with her Twitter sometimes where I think Melina has like a good eye for photography just yeah, I think in general, probably because she does art too, so she has like a good understanding of like perspective and photography and shit. But it would always be kind of sad that like if she takes like really nice pictures and then she posts them on the Twitter or Instagram, they get like 500 likes. Like nobody cares because it's not a picture of her. I wonder if for people like Hassan, I don't know if he ever posted thirst traps on his Twitter, but if you get people that follow you for thirst traps or thirst trap related stuff, and then you post like political stuff, maybe the engagement's not as good. I feel like Hassan's engagement on Twitter is decent though. This tweet got 20,000. It's pretty good. I think there's probably like critical masses of like Twitter followers you get to. Like once you're past 1 million, your engagement is always gonna like slip off a bit because it's like who has like ultra engaged followers at this level? Actually, that one account, I don't know who the fuck they are, but that this Kiro, who is this person? I don't know who this guy is, but I think his engagement is normally really good. But he's also like posting memes all the time too, right? I saw that Luna reply chick you blocked is not our son's tweets. Oh yeah, she's unhinged. Oh, this is wait, never mind. I don't think this account is ran by one person. This must be an account that's ran by multiple people. You really need to keep your trades in for 22 hours a day? I do. They're almost in almost all day. Don't drink Red Bull with them. I think it doesn't matter what you do as long as you're not chewing with them. They have 1.4 million followers, yeah. Your replies have gotten better in the past couple months. If you're blocking tons of people, then keep doing it. Oh yeah. Anytime I tweet, anytime somebody brings up like, usually somebody say like cuck or divorce or for the for the COVID shit, I blocked so many fucking people. How are the strings in your blood? Anything retarded about like vaccine? There are just some replies where they're just so retarded. Where it's like, I can't. Just fucking get out of here. I think on Israel-Palestine, I started to block people. People that just ask like stupid questions or say things like, "Oh, Wikipedia." Like, okay, yeah. I pretty aggressively block on my Twitter. We stopped by Harvard and/or MIT during your Yale visit. No. If you block or just mute. If you mute, you still farm their engagement. No, I block because I don't want the stupid shit showing up. If you block anybody that is even remotely a griper. If they say Nick anywhere in their any mentions of that or anybody that tweets about Nick or whatever, yeah. Did you say string in your blood? Yeah, that died suddenly shit over the... that one stupid documentary or whatever. You will get more cavities because of the sugar won't get removed from your teeth with spit. You need to take them out and rinse. Well, we'll see what happens. I don't think I'm like a cavity kind of person. I just don't think I'm about that lifestyle. Thankfully, so. Actually, I'm so curious. Why? Hold on. Why don't some people get cavities? I've heard so much about this. Some people say your saliva might be slightly more acidic. I wonder if there's an actual reason why. Individuals with genetic predisposition for better saliva production or for saliva with a higher concentration of beneficial compounds may have a natural defense against cavities. Oh, is it not even known? The trays will be like a holocaust for your teeth. I only have like 4 months of them. Oh fuck, there's not like a good... It's how often you have a dry mouth. Is that good or bad? I don't feel like my mouth is ever dry. Although it is a little bit now on my amphetamines. Is it something I should worry about? Some people just have shitty dental hygiene habits. No, I think there's something way stronger than that. Because I'm not gonna say my oral hygiene is bad, but it's like serviceable. Like if I'm going out with friends, I'll brush my teeth. I'll usually brush my teeth at least once a day, and that's about it. But I've like known people that will brush their teeth like 2 times a day and floss and get. I've never had a serious cavity in my life. I think when I was a kid, I think they did like they brushed one out where they do the little and something. But I've never in my life had a cavity, like a serious. I don't even know if that was a cavity actually. Maybe it was. Maybe they were just fillings. I'm not sure. but it's not because I have like exceptional oral health. I feel like some people, and then I've known people that take way better care of their mouth than me, who just sometimes they just have like cavities, or they have like serious cavities. Well, when I say serious, I mean the ones that need to get like drilled out and filled and shit. Do you at least own an electric toothbrush? I bought one once, and it was okay, and then I left it, I think in Washington, and I just never run on one. Fuck electric, I don't care. I don't like them. People brush too hard? I brush fairly hard. I don't give a fuck. You probably don't do anything weird either, like excess sugar or drugs. Sugary, I drink a lot of sugar, actually. I don't know. Cavities are contagious due to depresses bacteria and plaque, like streptococcus mutans. Cavities are contagious. The bacteria you can spread through saliva, cause cavities from damn. The longer you leave plaque on your teeth, the quicker a cavity may develop. Once you have a cavity, it's easier for others to form. Yikes. I think it's ever possible the vaccine to be ineffective and lied about by a drug company / government. It's possible, isn't it? But somebody would catch it. There's so many people that are being vaccinated, and so many people that have an incentive to call out bullshit on it.
Oh, what? Fuck that up.
I just drink Red Bull. I don't need caffeine when I take my meds. It's just something to sip on throughout the day.
I didn't even know what it did, so I'm not that worried about it.
Do you sleep with your mouth open? I've heard that's really bad. Gross. That drives me insane. Not being able to breathe through your nose. Ugh. I think if you generally have your mouth open, like when you play games, or you sleep like this, I think it drops your IQ by 25 points. Don't do it. I think it's the number one harmful thing to your IQ is just in general just having your mouth open.
Mouth breather, he can't bring himself to just say mouth breather.
Can't control your mouth when you sleep. Your muscles relax and it opens. Your tongue should be sucking your jaw up to your like closed all the time. I don't understand what's happening in your mouth if that's not happening. Deviated acceptance are a thing. Get around it, dog. It's 2024. Everybody in the world's getting plastic surgery, okay? How do you know you don't do this if you're sleeping? I put tape over my mouth. Do you sleep on your back or your side? I sleep on my side. Back sleepers are sociopaths.
I sleep on my back. I'm totally a sociopath, I guess.
Dentists say to me that I have excessive saliva glands, which is why I have never gotten a single cavity. Wow, good for you.
Excessive saliva? Okay.
Does your shoulder ever hurt from sleeping on your side? Why the fuck would your shoulder hurt from sleeping on your side? Fuck, that might have been a mean question, actually. I'm not sure. Maybe, depending on, maybe there are things that can weigh a certain amount, or maybe something can make it hurt. I don't know. Yeah, sorry. If you're a mouth breather, you drool, that's how you know. Also, sleeping on your back is actually better for you, Destiny. Inferior creatures sleep on their side. No. I have a bad rotator cuff, and it hurts like hell sleeping on my side. Well, Mike. Sounds like we need to get back on the We need to fix that, okay? Come to Miami, I'll train you up, okay? Haven't you got a stiff neck after sleeping? I think you're more prone to get like sleeping problems if you don't get in general. If I go out like drinking, if I go to sleep, I'm just like kind of drunk. I can probably like fuck your shit up a little because I think it fucks with your sleep a lot. Or if you're sleeping with a new person in kind of like an awkward way, because it's like you're like in a cute position and you don't really want to fuck things up, so you get fucked up the next one. Fetal position sleep. The superior way of sleeping is on your side with one leg up and resting on either a pillow or a person. Okay, that's the superior way to sleep. Anything else is for DJs. What's your position on waterbeds? I don't know. They were kind of popular-ish in the 90s, 80s, and earlier. I knew one or two people with waterbeds. I feel like the only story I ever heard about waterbeds is they're like kind of cool but kind of annoying, and then they always break and then your shit's fucked.
Get wrecked.
Is Kyla not joining you? When?
Let's go.
Do you wake up in the exact position you fell asleep in, or are you a mover? I'm pretty sure everybody moves at night. They were originally marketed as sex beds. I feel like having sex on a waterbed would be the worst experience ever. I can't imagine it. Would you sleep with a Karisu body pillow? Absolutely. I'm still looking for my red-headed neuroscientist waifu, who's also 19. I get headaches from taking naps. Try killing yourself. I don't know. Why would you get a headache from taking a nap? She's 17? No, she's not. Karisu? Isn't the whole meme that she, like, published a paper at 18? Is she actually 17? Are you gonna be streaming at the canvassing event? Yeah, we'll try it too.
First try, baby, get wrecked.
When is your waifu body pillow going to be available? Ask Ninu. You seen those chin
Your
straps
merciless
that keep your mouth
crusade
closed
against the
while
old
sleeping?
faith warms my cold, unbeating heart.
Are they cool? Chin strap that
Dope,
keeps you,
bro.
what if you like
I'm
fuck
glad
up
to
and
hear
like
it.
kill yourself? Like you accidentally like your nose gets congested and then you die. Hutch got one and said it stopped his snoring. People meme. Here's something I will say, okay? And it's worth recording yourself, I think, or getting an app to check this. People kind of like meme about like snoring and like, oh, you snoring, blah, 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 blah. You're not supposed to snore, ever. That shouldn't happen. You shouldn't be snoring. If you're snoring, there is an underlying problem, and you need to get it figured out. I think Abba brought up the CPAP machine or whatever that he got. Yeah, if you've got like sleep apnea, if there's some reason why you're snoring, you're not supposed to ever snore. Unless you're like maybe, you know, super obese or something. But yeah, don't snore. If you're snoring, figure it out. You grind your teeth while sleeping? Yeah, apparently a ton. Apparently I've grinded like my canines away almost completely, which is not good. But you know, what can I say? I got a strong jaw. I don't give a fuck. Do you wear pajamas? No. Why the fuck would you wear pajamas? Get the 8 sleep and close the door. Do you sleep naked? No, you sleep with boxers on. Really, you sleep with boxer briefs, because those are the, like, superior menswear. But boxers are okay, too. My daughter snored really bad until we had her tonsils removed. Never snored again. Okay. Look it up, fuck you. Wait, look up what? What were we talking about that he wants me to look it up? Can't snoring just happen if you go to sleep with an open mouth? I don't think you should be... Your nose is designed for breathing, okay? It's good to breathe through your nose, okay? The oxygen gets closer to your brain. When you breathe into your mouth, the oxygen has to go through your whole body before it gets to your brain. Look, if my brain is completely bypassed. It has to go through my whole body. When I breathe, the oxygen goes, right up to my brain. I feel my brain growing, okay? So your dentist told you that you grind in your sleep. He's a real one for that. On God, for real, for real. I can't tell if that's a meme, or you just mean that dentists won't talk to it. Do you mean grinding sexually, or... What are you talking about? I think it's slightly healthier to breathe through your nose, right? Because aren't the whole point of your nostrils and your nose hairs and your boogers and all that to kind of like filter the air a little bit? Look up 8 sleep. I don't know what the fuck 8 sleep is. The leader in... Oh, wait, we did look this up. Is this the thing that we... I almost bought this out of curiosity when I was having some sleep issues. I don't know if this is the one we looked up or if it was something different, but oh, it is a meme. I gotcha. Dentist said I grounded my sleep. He's real as fuck for that. Thank you for your advice and stoicism yesterday. The scammer didn't end up sharing my peener. True American hero. You're welcome, dude. 8 sleep is a fucking airbed. Fuck that shit. Not just any airbed, okay? A $10,000 airbed. Do you think the death of Gonzalo Lira gives credit to the idea that Zelensky is a crook? I doubt Zelensky personally had him killed. The guy was old and weird and fat and maybe sick all the time. I don't know. There should be an investigation, of course. But what does the airbed do? It like dynamically manages the temperature of your body or the bed or some shit. I don't fucking know. I can't tell because this website is dog shit. I don't know what the fuck I'm even looking at, okay? The only thing I want to see is, God, if the autopsy comes out or like a whatever report comes out and he died of COVID, that would just be the perfect thing. It's not a bed, it's a wrap. Okay. I'm not. It looks like it's an app on your phone, okay? That looks pretty. That's what it is. Listen, I'm sorry, okay? Parallax is cute for like big New York Times project shit. This shit should have never gotten popular, okay? It's not good for ordinary website design. Oh, I don't even think they use parallax. Just shitty scrolling, okay? Stop this. Stop this shit, okay? You are not a car company. Nobody needs your website to look like this. It's not cute. It's not cool. It's not functional, okay? Not literally nothing good. Nothing good is being achieved, okay, by having this happen. I feel like when I go through some parallax sites, I'm having a fucking stroke. And I'm scrolling and I'm fighting your interface and I'm upset. Is it just me or as websites become worse and worse because they are all fitted for mobile phones? PC Master Race. Websites have become worse and worse, okay? Because one, user controls have become better, which was a prediction that came a long time ago that has destroyed the fucking internet, okay? And two, because you have to develop for a fuck ton of platforms now, which also makes things complicated and, yeah. Things like ad block, things like tab muting, like all these fucking dumb add-ons that you use for websites, all of these things allow developers to be lazy and fucking horrible. He's like, oh, he's probably got ad block. He'll be fine. Oh, you can just mute the tab if some shit autoplays. It'll be okay. Oh, he's got like this add-on that like changes the user interface and experience. Oh, it'll be fine. We don't need to work on our shit. Every single fucking web dev has basically become Bethesda, okay? Oh, dog shit. I'm sure some modder will fix it, okay? Fuck you, fuck all of you. Stimulants like Adderall make teeth grinding worse, apparently. Maybe. Your browser add-on take is still the dumbest fucking thing you've ever said. It is the best take I've ever had. In 5-10 years, okay. Arisan, front-end devs, Omega lol. Full stack devs, Omega lol. As soon as somebody calls themselves full stack, really? Full stack? What do you mean when you say that? What kind of back-end work do you actually do? I feel like when somebody says full stack, what they actually mean is they can like take a WordPress thing and they can basically like type in like a server to like connect it to. It's like, oh, I'm full stack. Really? Full stack? You design every single thing on the front and the back end? Really? I never believe that shit. Every time somebody's told me they do full stack work, you guys are like, oh, cool. Like what kind of like, oh, you know, lots of CSS and I copy paste JavaScript sometimes, and you know, I think I have a thing. I don't even know. I need to name. We need to learn the name of like 1 or 2 random fucking. These people are never people that like can construct whole databases or like manage a lot of shit and actually do like full stack development. I don't know anything I'm talking about, by the way, but full stacks are real thing. I feel like they're not. I don't believe it, okay? This is my amateur bullshit opinion. Every time I run into someone, like, oh, I'm a full stack dev. They can't do anything. I don't believe it. You're a full stack dev, and they feel like they can't do anything ever, okay? I feel like they think they're a full stack dev because sometimes they can like design a front end and they talk to the people in the back sometimes. Like, oh, I'm basically full stack because, you know, I typed in the thing that this dude in, you know, in engineering told me to type in. Destiny, yes, congrats. Generalists can't do everything specialists can do. No. I'm not talking about generalists, and I'm not talking about specialists. I'm talking about people that say full stack, okay? They're just bad humans. It's like programmers that ever put the word engineer in their title. They're also bad people, okay? Are you a programmer? Huh. I'm actually a software engineer. Really? An engineer? My full stack friends just messaged me and said, are you talking about me? I am talking about you. If you think I'm talking about you, if you ever hear me on stream talking about you, somebody, you're like, fuck, is he room for? I am talking about you. I'm just kidding. Cake just quit also. I've had a thing where sometimes I have a strong feeling of wanting to clench my teeth and bite on something. Is that a thing? Yeah, your mom gets it sometimes when she's sucking your dad's dick. Software engineering is a legit degree in a lot of European countries, you fucking pepega. Okay. I mean, ideally, full stack would imply that a dev is capable of implementing both the backend services as well as the UI, whether it's an app or website. Some places have dedicated DevOps for the infra. Others expect the devs to handle it all. Thank you, DiploFocus. With modern web dev and JS frameworks, the lines are being blurred between backend and front end. Wow. So the titles for programming specialists are kind of whack. Well, the issue is they don't want to just be called what they actually are, okay? The problem is that you have to remember, okay? You have to remember, engineers that work in computer code, okay, aka programmers, okay? All these people can do is solve simple problems. That's it, all right? What they should be called are code monkeys, because that's all they do. They smash the keyboard enough times, and eventually, working code comes out somehow, okay? You know how all of your programmer friends, you know, they're constantly like, yeah, I do a work from home. You know how they expect us to work 8 hours a day? I'm actually, I only actually work 1 hour a day. What they really mean when they say 1 hour a day is they're only committing, okay, 1 hours of code worth a day, okay? They spend the other 7 hours smashing their keyboard, okay? Going on to, here's, let me help you. Let me help the ordinary people, okay? Imagine you're working at a restaurant and you've got like and part of what you do is you make cheeseburgers, okay? Imagine a guy comes in. He's like, hey, can I get a cheeseburger without the cheese, actually? Okay? So in an ordinary restaurant, okay, for a sandwich engineer, okay, aka a line cook, they would just create the cheeseburger, but they wouldn't put any cheese on it, okay? Now, if you were like a software developer engineer, okay, the customer comes in and they say, do you have a cheeseburger? Can we get this with no cheese on it? Okay. So first, you're not even sure if you can do that, okay, because you don't know if you can create cheeseburgers without cheese. Then you go to like, you pick up the phone, you start calling like databases, okay, or you go on a website called like cheeseburgeroverflow.com. You're like, has anybody else ever made a cheeseburger without like cheese on it before? You're like, hold on, let me see if anyone else, right? You're not actually, when you ask somebody, you're like, I'm not sure if that's possible. By the way, when software people say, I'm not sure if that's possible, that's not code for, I don't know if you can actually do this. It's code for, I don't know if someone else has done this before and I can't just like copy paste like their work, okay? So you go on the website and you see, has anybody else ever made a cheeseburger without cheese before? And you read through all these comments and then you see the guy will be like, okay, fuck. So a guy in 2012 posted that he actually figured out how to make the cheeseburger without cheese, but he didn't post how. So now I'm completely fucked, but I know it can be done. Then you create a profile with a hot big booby girl, and then you go onto another forum and you say, cheeseburgers can't be made without cheese, and then you wait for some fucking virgin nerd to show up. All right, we're done. I don't know why we're doing it. Okay. Correction. Anyway, programmers are cool people. I'm sorry. All right. You think this is what happens in most engineering industries? Probably. We all have our struggles, all right? Since you're doing research streams, why not do Python learning streams? I would kill myself before ever learning anything programming related on stream. I think I would probably end my life just starting, because I think that there would be so many posts on my subreddit. Why would you ever work in React? Python for a beginner? It would make way more sense to do. And then some guy would show up. Actually, for the theory, he should just do basic comp sci and understand like all of assembly first to have the actual underlying. But actually, the best language to start off in is there's actually like it would be everybody arguing over their dumb shit. PHP is cool because at least there's a lot of support for it. Like it would just be the most cancerous. The posting, it would be the worst. That would actually be the worst my community would ever be if I ever started learning anything programming related on stream. It would be the worst. It would be the worst subreddit post. It'd be the worst community. It'd be the worst. We wouldn't be able to agree on anything. We wouldn't be able to agree on the language. We wouldn't be able to agree on the program, the IDE. Wouldn't be able to agree on anything. It would be a nightmare. It took us 2 hours to add black outlines to our text yesterday, okay? It would never happen. I think the real meme would be we should learn programming, and at the end of like every 2 months, we should just review DGG code on stream. And you're like, well, could Jader have done this differently? And then just submit the stupid fucking, the dumbest requests. Learn all of them, GigaChat, true. Learn all the languages. I think the real meme is if you're a really good programmer, you kind of know them all anyway, right? It doesn't actually, like the actual language doesn't actually matter that much. Depending on how specific you get, I think. Rumor is a 40-minute Kanye apology video is about to drop. Is that true? Oh, shit. I think Destiny was talking about is happening right now. Wait, what? Is there a yay video going down somewhere? This dude wants to debate you. Kanye West has filmed a 40-minute apology video. The dude is expected to release ahead of his new album, Vultures. Oh boy. Hold on, Jesus. Oh, thank God. Okay. I got my... Wait, let me see this one more time. Make sure I'm not gonna kill myself. I got my divorce judgment. Make sure nothing got fucked up. Based. If you want to have fun coding, you try leak code problems. I don't know anything about coding. Okay. So was it her or not? I am confused. Samsung blocked you? I thought it was funny, relax. Wait, so was she joking? Or it is her? Or does she mean like, oh, she just thought that Samsung, she thought that the mistake was funny, so they can like chill. This is like a meme. There's no way Samsung blocked her. This is retarded. I don't care. Don't care about any of these streamers. None of the family friendly shit. Not that I don't think it's bad or anything. It's just none of that is for me. Don't care. Fantastic character and fabric animation. Free Ren, Beyond Journey's End. Oh my God, good shit. Jesus. Breaking. The Biden administration is ending bank overdraft fees as we know them. Under a new Consumer Financial Protection Bureau rule, overdraft fees at large banks will be strictly regulated and capped as low as $3. Low-income Americans will save billions. Bro! Okay, you remember before... wait, I think I just said this was just yesterday or was it 2 days ago? Where I was like, whenever rich people talk about, like, the plight of poor people, they always say some, like, retarded shit like, they can't afford gas! Or like, they're starving to death. It's like, no, it's not like that. It's just like the death spiral of stupid fucking shit that just like fucks your shit up for your whole fucking life. One of those things was fucking overdraft fees, okay? Why are you gonna kick my ass, okay? You already see that I'm broke as fuck, and now you're gonna ding me? I didn't know my account can go to the fucking negatives? What the fuck? And it's not even because of like, I'm charging a lot of shit. It's just because you're fucking me in the ass. And financial institutions, okay, will fuck you in the optimal way possible, okay? I'll have some shit where it's like, I got $900 in my bank account. I gotta make some big-ass fucking payment for like $880 at the end of the fucking day. Okay, fuck it. Like, maybe I can buy like, let's go get some food, $40. I need to buy, oh, fuck, I gotta go back because I need some toothpaste. Maybe we'll put $20 of gas in the car, blah, blah, blah. Then I make this big payment, and somehow magically, all right? I don't know how. I don't know if they've got like the fucking ass fuck 2000 that shuffles your fucking daily charges up. I don't know. Is this intentional? It felt like every single time they would move your charges around, so your biggest payment would go through first, and then you would get hit on an overdraft on every single fucking other charge. Why would you do that? Why not just like process my small shit first, because I charged it earlier in the day, and then do my big payment at the end like I said? Why would you do my big payment first and then overdraft fuck me on every single other fucking charge? Bullshit. Fuck overdraft fees. This shit was the most bullshit shit in the entire world, okay? And overdraft fees are hella expensive, okay? Or I could be wrong. I want to say in 2007, 2008, could you get, with $35 overdraft fees common? Because, like, you could get, like, you could overcharge, like, $15 worth of shit. And then out of nowhere, you owe, like, $140 just to bring your account current. And then these dirty motherfuckers, okay, fine, you bounce my shit. Okay, well, fuck you. Now I need to go and give you motherfuckers, I have to give you Thursday's work just to be able to work with my bank again. But God forbid, okay, God fucking forbid, the next day, I gotta pay rent. Fuck it, I'll pay rent and let it bounce, I guess. I'm sorry, sir. Your account's in the negative. We can't authorize that transaction. You're gonna bounce my shit for a tube of toothpaste. I owe you $35 motherfucking dollars for you to guarantee that $1.99 Visa, GT, whatever the fuck transaction. And now you're gonna tell me I can't charge rent? Why don't you just bounce that payment, motherfucker? You're not gonna bounce that one? Fuck overdraft fees, okay? Fuck all of this. God damn, this shit triggers the fuck out of me. This shit, I would have done 10x the gas prices to not get fucked by random ass bullshit ass fucking stuff like this, okay? In the working poor days. Now I don't give a fuck because I'm rich, okay? But back then, fuck that. Why isn't it just some percentage of whatever you went over by? Why isn't it some percentage? What do you mean? Because chances are if you're getting overdraft fees, it's because you're broke as fuck. And why would they charge brokies a percentage? Brokies don't get percentages. That's for rich people. Brokies get flat fucking fees that fuck you in the fucking ass, okay? That's what brokies get. It's always flat fees. Fuck that shit. Anyway, Imagine dealing with overdraft fees because you can't budget or don't know how to use a credit card. I feel like, listen, I don't know if I was like, okay, listen, I don't know if I had poor trauma, okay? The problem though is that I feel like this happened. Maybe it didn't. Maybe I'm inventing things. I feel like you could get hit. Okay? You don't understand, Abba. You don't understand because you don't know who works at banks. You don't know this. You don't know about the bank time traveler, motherfucker. You've never heard of the bank time. You didn't know they hired time travelers to fuck you? You might check your statement on Friday and you're like, oh shit, I'm good. Saturday rolls around, Sunday, Monday, and you check your shit. And on Friday, you checked your shit and it was good. Then you look again on Monday and now you just saw that you bounced something on Thursday? What the fuck? Then you find out some payment that was authorized on Monday got processed Thursday, but didn't post your account till Monday, and then they retroactively fucking overdrafted your shit. I feel like I remember this happening to me before. You would charge shit, and sometimes it would post later, and then it would overdraft you in the past. Okay, fuck that shit. Anyway, fuck everything related to banks. But the reality is, okay. But now hold on, okay. Everything that I just said is actually a fake poor person problem, okay? Because if you're a real poor person, okay, if you're actually working poor, okay, there's one counter to everything I'm saying. It's actually true, okay? What you actually say is destiny. If you are actually working poor, you would know that nothing that you just said has ever happened because when you're actually working poor, you just never check your bank account, except for on one day, and that's after your paycheck goes in. After your paycheck goes in, you give a mental tap, and then you never check that shit. Because why the fuck do I want to look and see how fucked my shit is, okay? That's like going to the doctor and testing for HIV if you've been sick for 6 months. I don't want him to tell me that I'm dying, okay? Just let me die. I don't want the fucking answer to that shit. You actually would just never check. Fuck everything about that. God damn. Why don't you just turn off bounce or overdraft protection? I don't know if you could back then, okay? Fuck all this. Okay. Anyway, I don't care anymore, okay? Oh. As a rich person, why would I check my... Well, now the reason why we check our bank accounts is to make sure that all the ludicrous amounts of money we're making are getting thrown into the right investment account. Okay. The worst is when your bank account shows enough money, but it bounced nonetheless. That happened to me a lot. Yeah, because you'd have, like, pending transactions, and the pending transactions, they'd be sitting there waiting for them. They're like... It's almost like they're taunting you, right? Like, imagine some chick comes over, and it's like the hottest fucking girl in the world. The hottest girl in the world. And then she comes in, she sits in the chair next to you, and she's like, you wanna fuck this? Because I've got AIDS. But she just like sits there. And it's like, why the fuck are you doing this to me? I see on my Wells Fargo tab that I've got $270 of pending transactions. Why are you telling me that I have $300 available to you? You know I don't have $300. I know that I don't have $300. I know that once these things go through, it's gonna count. Why are you showing me that is an available balance when we both know it's not true? Why are you tempting me to destroy my financial future? The thing that you're talking about, the deliberate ordering of payments to get overdraft fees, was outlawed years ago. Oh, so was that a real thing? Oh, hold on. Oh my God, hold on. Maybe I didn't even make this up. Judge okay's $410 million, 2011. Bank of America overdraft settlement. Obama fixed it. The lawsuit claimed that Bank of America processes debit transactions in the order of highest to lowest dollar amounts, which maximize the overdraft fees customers paid. True. Rent control would be far more pressing to me than 30 to 50 overdraft fees for retardation, budget, so would gas or food. Destiny acting like overdraft fees are a bigger deal than this. Than gas or food. I never struggled with gas or food as a working poor person ever, because fast food was cheap and I always had a small car. I do not believe Americans. I am so sorry. I didn't believe them when gas prices were high when I was in high school. I never in my life have I believed shit fuck bag Americans that cry about gas prices when all you motherfuckers were driving SUVs and F-150s and Chevy Silverados. Now I will say, to be fair, it's different today. That's a me problem. That's a millennial older person problem. Because today, your F-150s get like 25 miles to the gallon or some autistic shit. Every single Yeah, like, damn, you guys all get like, but I feel like back in my day, people who drive around these trucks and shit, they get like 12 miles to the gallon. And then they're on TV crying about gas? What the fuck is wrong with you? Why, buy a small fucking car, you retard. Oh, I need to take the kids to soccer. What do your kids weigh 250 pounds each? You need the goddamn Millennium Falcon to haul around your 8-year-olds to Kitty League practice? Bullshit. Get the fuck out of here, okay? If your kids are that fucking fat, just rent a U-Haul on Saturday and drop them off at the fucking game's end. That's wild, okay? People bought way too big cars. Gas goes with their shit like motherfuckers. Half these people didn't even commute to work. Their drive to work is like 5 minutes away. They're filling their tank like once a month. Get out of here with this. Gas is too high. Bullshit. Unbelievable, okay? When you're sick, does your Vyvanse do anything? My dextroamphetamine doesn't do anything when I'm sick. When I'm sick, I try not to take any of my amphetamine shit because I feel like, I just feel like I'm setting my brain on fire. Even people with small cars complain about gas, though. Literally, everyone complains about gas price increases, but Destiny folks on the potato truck driver is true. I don't know, maybe I commuted to work. I drove from, it would have been 108th and Maple to, what was it in Council Bluffs, wherever the horseshoe was. I don't know what the intersection was. Gas was just never a problem for me. I never, ever, ever, ever remember stressing about gas, ever.
BRB gotta pee.
Never. Ever. Ever. My biggest concerns were always car payment and house payment. Those were the two that fucked you in the ass. Food.
And it's okay to eat fish, 'cause it don't have any booty. Meow. Meow. Something in the way. Something in the way. Yeah.
Food was always free. $2 and a stolen water cup is 2 double cheeseburgers from McDonald's. You're set for the night, baby. Yeah, I don't know. Do you support rent control? No. Maybe some people did worry about gas. Maybe it was different for different people, though, to be fair. 'Cause I do hear some people complain about gas. I just never trust people on the internet because there's so many like middle class people that complain about shit. And I'm like, fuck the middle class. What do you say to people who say in response to Trump's comments about his daughter looking good that Biden showered with his daughter? I mean, showered until when? There's nothing wrong with It depends on the age, obviously. Like, I used to shower with Nathan, but obviously I stopped when he turned 11. Destiny doesn't work as a line cook. I never pay for food. True. Wait, what's wrong with 11? Yeah, I stopped a couple years after he stopped being breastfed. Can you counter Destiny gave zero pushback to a Nazi with, since you give zero specifics, why are you deplatforming Destiny in this? Why are you platforming Destiny in the same way? Wait. I debated people all the time. What are you talking about? I think trying to think of how old was Nathan when we stopped taking showers together. Probably around like 4 or 5, realistically. I don't know. I don't trust a 4 or 5-year-old to fucking clean themselves, because you have to like fucking like, do you clean behind your ears? It was probably around then. Would be my guess. I don't know. Do you still kiss Nathan on the lips? When he was a kid, I did. I don't think I really do anymore, but. Is it normal in other countries to bath communally? Maybe. Remember the minimum wage was like $5.25 an hour? Was it $5.25 or $5.15? I remember those days. What did I read that triggered the fuck out of me? 2007 minimum wage. Was it $5.25? It was $5.15. I think, because I think that's what I was started at McDonald's at. I tweeted about this. Fuck, I hate Gen Z and Alpha Gen. I don't even do any fucking piece of shit. What did I read that triggered the fuck out of me? It was some booming. I admit I am booming on this tweet, but
the news. I cannot stand how the news has been dogging Gen Z and calling them lazy for not wanting to work a 9 to 5 for the rest of their lives. Let me put it in perspective for everybody who's a little confused here, okay? I work 5 days out of the week, 40 hours a week, okay? I do not make enough to live on my own. I would not make enough to pay rent, water, electric, and eat.
And now that my generation is finally old enough to be implicated, actually, I'll keep listening.
All by myself. I would not be capable of doing that. 20 years ago, when you were getting started, you could live on your own. 20 years...
Okay, because now 20 years ago is my time. I was 15, 20 years ago. 20 years ago, working full-time at minimum wage, you were never living on your own. You are crazy. You either needed a dating partner or you needed roommate or multiple roommates. Where the fuck were you living on your own, working at Walmart in 2005? Are you crazy?
20 years ago, when you first started, you were able to do everything that I am now struggling to do. Let me add another perspective here. You've been working for 20 years. You have 20 years of working experience behind your belt. You have 20 years of experience in a career that has allowed you to gain raises, to get more money, to profit you in an economy that you created.
Yes. That's called getting older and getting better jobs. That's what happens. You're going to walk the same path, okay? You're going to go down the same path.
You can sit here and you can call Gen Z lazy all you want, but I've been working my tail end off just to barely make it by. And respectfully, I don't want to do that for the rest of my...
Yeah, it sucks. That's why the goal is not to work at Walmart forever. Yeah, it does suck.
My life. I don't want to work my tail end off, wasting all of my life working just to barely be able to pay my bills. And that is what you created, not Gen Z. We're just here getting started. You've been doing it for the...
At Destiny, Zoomers don't want to advance a career. They want to do the same thing over and over and get a raise for it. The actual truth is, if you want the real on the ground truth, the real on the ground truth is Zoomer kids are lazy and entitled, okay? But the reality is all kids are like that. It's just with Zoomers, they're dumb enough to have the devices now to put it on the internet and tell everybody, okay? But everybody when they're a kid is on some over-entitled whack shit. Every fucking kid growing up, I guarantee you that the stories my mom told me about like her siblings and fighting with parents and shit, bro, they're like, I feel like today's shit is tame, okay? That a kid will get on fucking TikTok and say I don't get enough money and blah 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 blah. Like it feels like back with like in the baby boom, the actual boomers, not millennials, the actual boomers would do shit like fight with their parents with their fists and then like crash cars and do like fucking quaaludes with friends and like fight the I don't know. Kids have always been crazy and entitled and dumb. Like that's just the way of the world. This same girl is gonna look back in 20 years and be like, yeah, shit, I was cringe. And then the next generation is going to be cringe. And everybody's cringe. The only difference is now we can see the cringe all over the place because they have, like, social media. Yeah.
The last 20 years, you tell me how it got ruined. We can sit here and we can call Gen Z lazy all you want, but you let the economy turn into what it did. You let it all run to hell. And now it's Gen Z's fault because we don't want to work to fix your mistakes.
This girl's got a cell phone that she's posting TikToks on. Looks like she's driving her own car to work. You're doing okay, buddy. But isn't her point about affordability and quality of life at lower levels, income down from previous generations? No, that is not even remotely true. The quality of life has dramatically increased across the entire strata of society for every like income quintile or whatever. I don't even think that's seriously argued. I think a lot of the quality of life stuff that people say have decreased have just been fantasies that have never existed. So, for instance, the idea that in the 1950s, owning a house was so easy, the average person could work a minimum wage job and support like a family. That has never been true. That's just like fake memes. It's just never been true, but people all think it. Gen Z has been in the workforce now for almost a decade, and there are no other jobs other than service sector jobs that don't pay anything. There are no other jobs other than service jobs that don't pay anything. Sometimes in a panel/debate, people bring up their personal experience as a way to discredit what you're saying in regards to being poor. Why don't you bring up your carpet cleaning memes more often in response? So, not to get too into the meme weebs on things, but I brought this up in regards to ADHD stuff, that when I talk about things, or when I was growing up, when I would talk about like struggles that I would have with studying, with focus and attention, with things related to school, that usually everyone's like, oh yeah, I had that problem too. Everybody has these problems. Oh, I had all this shit too. I was just like, okay, yeah, I guess maybe. But like, not really. I know you motherfucker. You're not even close to having this set of problems, you fucking piece of shit. I feel like when it comes time to talking like backgrounds and stuff, most of the time, like 80% of the time I hear somebody talk about like their background with poverty shit, I don't believe it. The experience doesn't sound relatable to me ever. Because there are just so many like little things that I hear where it's like, no shot. I don't buy it. Like, and also, but also keep in mind, things also have changed from generation to generation. So maybe, things have changed generation to generation, so maybe things have changed and there are some things that I just don't understand anymore. But like, for instance, one of the things that she said, now again, I'm being honest, maybe things have changed. She actually said something that sounds really crazy to me, to my ears, as somebody that used to work and have a shitty life before I got into streaming.
I stand how the news has been dogging Gen.
Wait, let's see if anybody can pick out. What's like the one thing that's like, wait, really? There's like one thing that is like, oh shit.
Z, and calling them lazy for not wanting to work a 9 to 5 for the rest of their lives. Let me put it in perspective for everybody who's a little confused here, okay? I work 5 days out of the week, 40 hours a week, okay? I do not make enough to live on my own. I would not make enough to pay rent, water, electric, and eat. All by myself. I would not be capable of doing that. 20 years ago, when you were getting started, you could live.
Oh, okay, hold on. One guy said it, okay? Okay, people are saying only 40 hours, only 40 hours. No. Not that she's only working 40 hours. Dustin25 said it. The fact that she gets 40 hours. Bro, back when you're working shit jobs, the hardest thing wasn't always necessarily even the pay or the days. It was just, please schedule me for more than fucking 14 hours. Please actually schedule me for my full 32 hours. Now, normally they won't schedule for, at most of the places I work, they wouldn't schedule you past 32 a week, because I think if they do that too much, they have to pay you full time. I don't know if that was a corporate policy or if that was a, if that was like federal government policy, but I was like, damn, you're getting scheduled a full 40 hours a week and you have a consistent 9 to 5 schedule? Damn, that's pretty nice. But yeah, but maybe that's changed today, or maybe she works at Walmart full time. She has an actual full time position. In which case, if you have an actual full time position, damn, are you getting like benefits and shit? I'm kind of curious. I don't know what the Walmart like the ordinary package is, but one of the things that sucked ass. One of the things that sucked ass is benefits and all of that shit. I feel like this is my very, very, very narrow experience again. Very narrow experience just in the casino. Benefits and all that shit got eaten the fuck up in 2007. When the economy crashed, one of the ways that they justified holding onto the workforce is they said, okay, listen, guys, we can keep you. We're not going to pay cut you or anything. PTO, PT what? We don't know what that is anymore. And also like pensions and all of that shit. Yeah, we don't really do that anymore. 401k matches, we'll match like 50% or 1% maybe. And then it's like, that's it. Like all the benefits shit went away. And when the economy bounced back, I feel like none of that came back. But also, I wasn't in the workforce traditionally past 2010, right? Because 2010 is when I started streaming, end of 2010. Walmart has transitioned to 3 core shifts that most employees get who are full-time and you do get benefits. Oh, okay. Destiny, what instantly disqualifies someone from calling themselves poor for you? Whenever I hear people talk about being poor and they say shit like we were skipping meals and I was like, my family was starving, I couldn't afford food, I'm usually like, I don't believe you. But go to Discord. Too private.
Okay. I won't stick around for too long. I just want to ask 3 questions.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. First question. When you say, in comparison to previous generations, all this whining that people do isn't real, like, what are you saying? Are you saying that they're not worse off, that they're just as good as previous generations? Is that your
I don't think they're worse off. I think that there's 2 big things happen. Well, I think it's just one thing happened. I think the only thing that irritates me is they think that it was so much different in the past. The idea that, like, I think people genuinely believe, if you were to poll Zoomers, I think over 50% of Zoomers would believe that an average person working an average job could, like, feed and supply a house and food and everything for a family of 4. Like 50, 60 years ago. I think the average Zoomer believes that. I don't think that's ever been true.
I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, I haven't looked into it, but I feel like I believe it because I feel like every old person I've ever met has said some story to the like this, and everybody's heard a story like that from somebody older than them. So either our previous generations lied to us, but I feel like everybody has heard something like, oh yeah, I just worked this fucking shitty job and, you know, we were able to get a house. And like today, you just couldn't concept. So conceptually, I understand why everyone has that perception because I feel like every boomer has a story like that.
Yeah, some people might have stories like that, but like you should ask them what that means, because also like okay, all right, hold on, fuck, I have to, every time I have these conversations I have to try really hard not to channel my hatred of the middle class. Okay, a lot of people will say shit like this and you have to dig into it a little bit. People will say shit like this: when I was 23, I worked really hard and I was able to afford my first house, and that was really cool. And I was like, oh, that's really cool. What'd you do? I said, blah, 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 blah. Okay, cool, awesome. Like, how did you afford the down payment? Oh, well, luckily, my grandma helped me with that. Your grandma helped you with that? What does that mean? Well, like, she was saving money from me since I was born, and she basically let me $10,000, gave me $10,000 for the down payment. Oh, okay. Well, that's still impressive, though. Like, you make the house payment, and, like, damn, you pay all your bills. Well, kind of. Well, I kind of pay my bills, yeah. I'm on a family plan with my phone, actually, because my mom and dad, and we all have the same phone or whatever. I think sometimes I give them, like, $20 a month. Like, okay. Do you have, like, a car payment anymore? And it's like, well, my dad sold me one of their cars for $1,000 because he let me use it through like, I feel like when I start mining for information, I hear this, and it makes me want to fucking kill the person in front of me, because people will say some shit. Now, I'm not saying that's in every story you said. Maybe my examples are overrepresented, but people always do shit like this, where they'll say some shit like Woody from Painkiller Already. I think that one podcast was talking about how he worked really hard and made it on his own and all that in one of the shows I was on. And then people in the subreddit started saying, like, Woody worked for his dad for like 10 years or whatever, some shit. Like, I'm like, oh shit. Yeah, I feel like that's the case more often than not. But maybe not. Maybe I'm missing things, but yeah.
Okay, so inherently, what you're saying is that they inherited some form of wealth from their parents, and that's what made...
Yeah, their family was really well off. They had a really good support structure, yeah.
Oh, okay, so let's grant you. I don't know how true that is for a whole generation, but let's grant you that is true. It has been the fact that they've inherited things. Isn't the complaint that Zoomers make now that they're not able to inherit the same kind of things that their parents did from previous generations also factor into the fact that things are much more difficult?
I mean, like...
Because from what I'm understanding from you is like, oh, the boomers got ahead because they got handouts from their parents or whatever. whatever term you want to use. Well, Zoomers are basically saying, yo, your boomers fucked us because you're not doing what our grandparents did for you. Wouldn't that lead to their argument being true?
Hold on, let me check. No, I don't think so. Because I feel like on average, they still get a lot of help. I'm trying to look up the average. I wonder what the average student, if the average student needs financial aid or not, or if the average students. So, like, for instance, I'm looking at this. Okay, I Googled this real quick. 3 in 10 adults took on debt to pay for college. So that means 7 out of 10 didn't. Meaning, how many of them had help from their families, or did they find other ways to finance their stuff going through? Like, again, like I feel like they'll say that like things are hard, and they can be hard. And I mean, especially like being a student and working and being a student at the same time is hard. I just don't think that it's like exceptionally hard, and it's really hard to find in the data like where is this like ultra hard life, because it doesn't show up anywhere.
But that number really doesn't mean anything. You'd have to compare it to previous generations. One, you'd have to find out what kids, from the 7 out of 10 kids who didn't pay any or didn't accrue.
Oh wait, hold on, real quick. I'm reading this. It says 3 in 10 adults took on debt to pay for college. This might just be of all adults. It might not be people that went to school. So that actual number might go.
The number isolated just really doesn't mean much. We'd have to compare it to previous generations. One, we'd have to find out, okay, from the kids who didn't take on any debt, how many of them didn't take on any debt because they couldn't afford to go to the schools that they wanted, so they decided to go to community college, right? So they're making choices now to not take on the debt. My whole point is, it still stands. If your argument previously was like, oh, previous generations had a lot of help to be able to have the financial sustainability that they had, doesn't the Zoomers' argument that boomers didn't help them out stand? That's what I'm asking you.
Does it? Like, what would I look at to see that? Like, what's harder for a Zoomer than it was for a millennial or a Gen Xer or
I think the really interesting thing would be, one, to see how well do boomers translate wealth to their children from generation to generation in comparison to the ones that came before them. That would be an interesting number. But
what's the question?
Like, in comparison to the wealth that was transferred from the previous generation before boomers, how well do boomers transfer their wealth to Zoomers? Does that make sense, what I'm saying?
Yeah, I guess, but I feel like boomers are probably still largely alive. Who has Zoomer kids? It's Gen Xers, right? It would be.
Is it Gen X or boomers? I don't know which one. I could have the wrong.
I think Gen X. Or no, you're fine. Yeah, Gen X is the generation before me, and they had the Zoomer children. I think would be Gen X. Yeah.
Okay, so you feel like they've had a lot of help in regards to being able to stay financially sustainable. That's why previous generations did a pretty good job with what little they had in terms of work.
Or I'm just saying, I mean, I don't know if I would say a lot of help. I'm just saying that I don't think that there's anything exceptionally hard that Gen Z has to deal with right now. I don't think that that's demonstrated anywhere. I think I think there's things that are hard, of course, but like being a student and going to the adult world, like that's always hard. Yeah.
Most people, when they think of affordability, they're thinking about really essential things or things that are like really good markers for life.
Okay.
Would you say that from a housing perspective, things are more affordable now than they were before?
I think so. If you look at like home ownership rates and everything, that seems to be the case. Yeah.
So you think accessibility to actually being able to get a home is more elevated today than it was before?
Compared to like in the past, looking at home ownership rates across society, yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
But home ownership rates just speak to how many people actually own homes. I'm talking about from generation to generation. Boomers might be able to accumulate homes because of the wealth that they've accumulated from like being rent-to-owners or whatever. But I'm talking about, like, if we were to take boomers when they were in their early to mid 20s, okay, the percentage of them being able to get a home versus folks in this generation, and you compare them, I don't think that would be true. To me, like, you can't just look at the number of home ownership. You'd have to, if we're comparing generations, we'd have to find out at what age were they able to get those homes.
Yeah, that's a super good question. What was the name of that housing? Oh God, what is it? Redfin, I think, is the name of the site. Oh yeah, I think that if you look at the home ownership rates and you look at the age at which people were acquiring homes, Gen Z is doing better than millennials. Definitely better than Gen Xers. Not quite as good right now as baby boomers, but they're all on track to be roughly even. That's what it looks like when you look at home ownership rates. And then this stratifies by age. Here you go. You can just scroll down and look at this. Yeah. It doesn't feel true, and I agree with that. It doesn't feel it, especially when you see other people complaining. But I think it about tracks. It's about like where it's supposed to be.
Gen Z were able to take advantage of record low mortgage rates in 2021 to buy homes. Slightly better home ownership than their parents.
So millennials are just getting fucked.
Okay,
It's not
so
that like
the-
millennials are super getting fucked. The problem is that we came into the market around 2007 when the housing market, everything like collapsed and got fucked. So we got a little bit fucked then, which would have been probably around here, I think, when we were 20.
From what I'm reading here, it sounds like during the pandemic, there's some Gen Zers who capitalized during that small period when mortgage rates were super low, and anybody who missed that boat essentially is fucked.
Kind of, yeah. But I mean, like, that's how things go. They like things like ebb and flow. Like, there are going to be times when interest rates are low and a lot of people can afford houses. There are going to be times right now when we're trying to slow down the economy. So right now, interest rates are high. So if you're buying a house right now, it kind of sucks. But in the future, interest rates are going to come down. They're going to be affordable again. Like, that's just like the ebb and flow of the interest rate cycle, right?
Right. I'd be curious to see, based off of the people being able to gain home ownerships, the ones who I'd want to be able to compare like their ability to actually be able to pay it off, the percentage of people defaulting on these things, and just to see if that affordability thing is there. Because my worry is that seeing this during the 2020-21 period, that there's just like panic buy because they see the mortgage rates really low and they say this is an opportunity. But I'm curious if they can actually sustain this stuff. Do you have any numbers in regards to like default rates and the amount of people who can't keep up with this stuff in terms of paying off their mortgages?
I don't think our default rates, mortgages.
Because to me, home ownership doesn't just speak to being able to get a mortgage and then having that. It's like, are you sustainably in a position where you can keep that home and be able to afford it for long periods of time? In fact, a lot of people who did take low mortgage rates or low interest rates on mortgages during the pandemic are fucked now because they took variable rates. And right after the pandemic, everything spiked. So a lot of them are defaulting on the homes that they own.
I can't speak on Canadian Canadian loans. I believe in the United States, a lot of that variable rate shit doesn't really exist anymore. I think a lot of that got axed after 2007, 2008. It looks like right now, like delinquencies and everything, and quarterly civilian unemployment rate, all loans, mortgage delinquency. It seems like they're maybe the lowest they ever have been. I think they're doing really well right now, or at least since 1979. Delinquency rates, everything are very, very low right now.
Okay, you guys don't have variables, right?
We might have them, but I think it's considered that's more like exotic. Whereas before they kind of like pushed it on people to sell shitty loans.
Okay. You know what? I'll do a proper deep dive in this because I'm actually curious. See,
this is like one of the like huge questions that economists have been like searching for over the past like year, is trying to figure out like where the economic sentiment or bad sentiment is coming from, because it is really, really, really hard to find in like any actual data, and it's hard to tell people just
here in Canada. Here in Canada, it's super common. They're that, like, the amount of people took because like there was this lower percentage, and I guess people decided to gamble on it. They should have went for fixed, and a lot of people are getting shafted now because their mortgage payments have like almost doubled.
In Canada, that they still sell like variable rate mortgages a lot. Or,
yeah. I saw a bunch of people right after them rates doubled. Like they obviously they panicked because they finally own a home. But right afterwards, it just doubled on them, and now they're having to default. They have no idea how they're going to pay. So the housing market just like completely destroyed their wealth. Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to join real quick to say, Abba, I think Destiny's working entirely in the U.S. market, and the Canadian market is substantially different.
Yeah,
because I've had this same conversation you had with a bunch of your friends or whatever, with a bunch of my friends, and I basically said the things Destiny said, and I was not correct. The Canadian housing market is fucked. Anyway, see ya.
Gotcha. All right, well, listen, I'm going to do a long read-up on all this, and then we'll have a second discussion on this, yeah?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. All right, I'll talk about you. All right, I'm having a brain fart. Peace.
Yeah, be careful, buddy. Variable rates are actually better for controlling inflation for central banks. That wouldn't surprise me, but there would still need to be like a bracket. I don't trust consumers with anything because they're fucking retarded, to be fair. Variable rates, to have a variable payment on the largest thing that you pay on every month, like your housing payment is like, that's like 40% of your fucking your monthly paycheck, right? Or I guess it's not supposed to be, I don't know, but variable rates on commercial loans are one of the things fucking the industry right now. Okay. Isn't it supposed to be like 1/3? I don't know. When people say affordable housing, they have a pretty low number, I think. It might be 20 to 30% or something. How much of monthly paycheck should you spend on housing? From my perspective as a Zoomer, it seems like getting a house will be impossible in the future, but maybe I'm dead wrong. You're dead wrong. You'll be fine. Oh, 30% of your gross income. The average cost of housing for boomers was 20 to 30% of their monthly income, with renting as an alternative that would lower their housing cost to 15-80% in most markets. This is just what I remember looking at. And I could be totally wrong, because now I'm just going off of what I remember. I feel like people talk all the time, incredulously. People will say something like, renting today is crazy, because renting it will be the same, or sometimes even more, than just having a mortgage, because landlords are trying to scam you, blah, 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 blah. I feel like that was always the case. I think that's why I bought my first house when I was 19, because I was working at the casino. Me and Rachel were working at the casino. We both were making decent money. And when we bought that house, one of the reasons why we bought it is because, well, why the fuck would I rent this place for $1,100 a month when I get to pay like $1,000 a month for my mortgage? Why the fuck would I do this? I feel like it was always the case that sometimes rent was about equal, or maybe even a little bit more than what a mortgage would look like if you could get a low interest rate on a house. But that's because, and I didn't know this until after buying the house, that's because when you buy a house, there's a whole bunch of other bullshit ass fucking costs that end up rolling around that fuck you in the ass. Yeah. My mortgage was $1,000 a month, replacing the, oh god, anything that starts with the word foundation is just jump off a bridge, like sump pumps and cracks and stupid shit down there. Anything having to do with your roof, anything having to do with your air conditioner and heating system. What were your other big fuck you in the ass? If you've got to do big yard stuff like removing trees, if that shit comes up, these were like the big homeowner expenses that I realized afterwards. I was like, fuck. Did you have to pay MIP on your first mortgage? Yes, because I believe my first mortgage was an FHA loan, because we didn't have money for a down payment. And I think FHA lets you put like 0 to 3% down, but then you have to pay MIP, I think was something mortgage insurance payment, but it was just for FHA loans, which was different than an ordinary insurance payment, or different than an ordinary, yeah. I think everything I'm quoting is like what I remember. This is like 20 years ago, literally, or 15 years ago, literally. It's a long time ago. So, can you actually extrapolate that Zoomers are on track just from looking at the home ownership rates, which are a result of a period of low interest rates, which have now spiked? Are we predicting the future? I just don't see anything that like puts Gen Z like behind right now. Seems like everything is probably okay. But also, I understand why. Oh yeah, PMI, something mortgage insurance, but PMI is different than the FHA mortgage insurance. I thought, I don't remember what it's called. Someone in chat typed it earlier. I think it was different. PMI was different, or is PMI the thing you paid on the FHA loan? You pay something different on normal conventional mortgages. I don't remember. PMI mortgage. Because he wants it to be like that. He has no clue about data science. Just as a heads up. Oh, and I've been doing this. I've been banning subs in YouTube as well. Even if you're members, I will ban you. If you just type some shit like, oh, he's out of touch, blah, blah, blah. Put some data in the chat. If I'm wrong, link something. You screeching that I'm out of touch because I don't happen to agree with the 15 other lazy fuck friends that you have whose mom and dad put them through fucking college and who are crying now because mom and dad are kicking them off the fucking family cell phone plan about how hard life is. I'm sorry that I'm not like jiving with your loser fuck friends. But if you have some data or something actually to type in the chat to like change my opinion, I'll change my opinion. I'm not like super dug in on any of this stuff. Maybe life does suck for Gen Z. Pretty sure if you go back like 3 years on my stream, I was like screeching and blaming boomers for everything, saying boomers had like the best lives and they fucked the economy over for us and blah blah blah. I used to say the same shit all the time. But then eventually I got shown up numbers and I'm like, oh fuck, maybe that's not true actually. Maybe I am actually full of shit and I was just an angry fuck millennial who felt mad because it feels like life is harder when you're young sometimes. And in some ways it is. But yeah, listen, if there's data or something to show me I'm wrong, just like, yeah, link me shit. Can't link it in here, you can link it in Kick Chat. Look at the income to home price ratio. Income to home price ratio. home price to median household income ratio, United States. So what is the current financial burden to own a house and how that compares to the past? Gen Z might be on track, but they might have a higher financial burden to own that house. What is the current financial burden to own a house and how it compares to the past? I don't know. I'm not 100% sure, but I don't know how much it matters because there are other things you look at. I don't know. Okay, this goes back to... Holy shit, this is the smallest fucking... Okay, 1947. So this is median household income ratio to... to home price. So as houses get more expensive and median household income stays the same or doesn't increase as quickly, then the median household price will rise. Oh, I guess it's pretty high right now, but... If it's a vibe session, why do you want to find data? You will never find it. You need to look into psychology more, not data on home stuff. Well, because you're not looking for... Well, because the argument against the vibe session is that it's not a vibe session. There's actually, like, real pain and fucked up shit that's destroying, like... that's destroying shit or whatever. But then that should be findable somewhere. You should be able to see that, right? Not sure how income is calculated here, but employee compensation has changed a fair bit between generations. Maybe? Main difference between PMI and MIP is that PMI applies to conventional loans, while MIP applies to FHA loans. That might be true, yeah. You also aren't accounting for the difference in loan terms. Haven't loans gotten longer, 20 to 30 year mortgages too? Maybe. I don't know when 30-year mortgages became common in 20 years. I don't know when that changed, but... Have home prices gone up and down throughout all of history? Maybe, probably. I'm not sure, actually. I don't know. 2021 now is bad, very bad. It will take time to soften. It's going to be hard for people. You don't need any answer except... Well, yeah, now you would expect houses to be quite unaffordable, right? Because now rates are climbing quite a bit. What are we at for interest rates on the Fed? Bro, I feel like people were saying like 7% mortgages today. Oh, yeah. 7% is the average. Housing right now is going to be pretty rough, yeah. But if you got a house or if you refinanced 1 to 2 years ago, your shit is insane. Doesn't the end of that graph alarm you for housing affordability? Not really. There's a lot more that goes into it. This is why sometimes it's nice to look at the ends, like, are people still buying houses? Because if I look at this graph, it's saying like, oh shit, I guess Gen Z just doesn't buy houses. They're fucked. But that's not true. Gen Z are buying houses. So the calculation is probably a bit more complicated than just looking at the home price to median household income ratio. I wonder how these are calculated. Historically, the average cost of a house has been around 5 times the yearly household income. Is this going by the income of the people that live in the house, do you think? Or is it just doing aggregates of both? Single family house costs more times. Okay. The average single family house in the United States costs more than 7 times the U.S. median annual household income. So this isn't like tied to each house, right? The rate isn't the problem. Rate rises and fall. The house prices are insane. Well, yeah, but rates are going to tie into and influence like the housing price, right? It's a seesaw effect. Becomes more advantageous to sell houses, but then it becomes more advantageous to buy and back and forth. Yeah, it's called supply and demand, yeah. Are middle-class Gen Z people buying houses? Like, what's the dispersion along income lines or anything? I don't know. I don't know if I've seen it broken down by income. One of the big questions I would have about this graph is home price to median household income ratio. I would hope that this is... I don't think this is taken into account, but I hope this is taken into account for this. But, so, like, this would be a question. As baby boomers get older and retire, you would expect to see their household income fall because they're hitting retirement and they're only getting Social Security and pensions, but their home prices would continue to rise. So I'm curious at the end here, is this increase right now, is this a function of home prices rising dramatically, or is it a function of home prices rising and then median household income falling as people enter retirement and are no longer taking paychecks from their jobs, but their houses are continuing to appreciate in value? I'm curious. Because, like, for instance, when I see the home prices rise here, why don't I see on the other end, why aren't like foreclosures or defaults increasing? Because it didn't seem like they were. Defaults and foreclosures are at almost historic lows. They're very, very low right now. Or why are people still buying houses, right? Sometimes a lot of the data that we have in the U.S. right now is kind of like hidden as an age distribution problem as well. Maybe the housing market will sort itself out a little bit after all the boomers die. Maybe, I'm not sure, but I don't know. Look at the housing affordability index on Fred. Housing affordability index, Fred. How far is this? 10 years? This is only available for... Did they just start this like last year? It's not rocket science, Destiny, you idiot. For 30 years, wages equal to the same. Price of everything goes up, do the math. I don't think wages have remained the same for 30 years. I don't think that's true. My suspicion is that the loudest people who are complaining about their life on social media are also the people who buy the most of housing compared to other Gen Zers of similar income, which I think would be classified around low middle class. Maybe? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Thoughts on Malia's speech? I don't even know who the fuck that is. Oh wait, this guy wants to debate me. Wait, what? I'm a major streamer as well, probably with more money and clout to debate me. He has 63 followers on Twitter. I mean, I wouldn't mind debating a random guy, but the fact that he lied about having a following makes me think he's just a troll. What do you think is a fair standard of living for the average person who works full-time from when they graduate high school to retirement? I don't know. That's, one question is, like, how much should a person be able to afford if they only work a minimum wage job full-time their whole life? Should they be able to afford, like, a decent life, or just the bare minimum and scrape by, or should that not be possible? I don't know, like, the moral or correct, or, like, even the economically best answer for that. I'm not actually sure. My gut tells me that, like, we probably don't want people to feel like they can settle into minimum wage jobs their entire life. That's probably not good. But then I also wonder, like, is it okay if somebody's willing to work 40 hours a week at a minimum wage job their whole life but they can't even afford to live on their own, maybe? I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that is. I don't know. I think that one big difference is the push for college without direction. When I was in college, a lot of kids were just there to be there, so they drop out into min-wage jobs and life feels bad. Maybe Titanic. I don't know if you're a Gen Zer, but that was true of millennials as well. I could be wrong. I wish I could get into the brains or the schools of Zoomers so that I can seduce 14-year-olds. And also, because I'm really curious if... I hear people say that in Gen Z, like, oh, they pushed us towards college. They pushed us towards college. I feel like the push to college was harder for millennials. I really feel like it was. When you were a millennial, like, you had to go to college. The idea of stopping at high school, you might as well kill yourself. It's like the dumbest and worst thing in the world. I feel like for Gen Z, but it might be because I'm in a red pill space more, where they talk more about, like, trade schools and go to community college first and blah, blah, blah. For millennials... Oh, I was a millennial. That was in college as an older person. I saw a lot of it really start to say, oh, yeah. Yeah, millennials were hardcore push to college. It was insane. But it might be the same for Zoomers too. I don't know. Maybe Red Pillars are just pushing trade schools as a response to that, which suck, by the way. Don't let people bait you into the trade discourse. Okay. My brother had friends that were so anxious about getting into certain colleges. Some of them thought about killing themselves so they didn't get in. Jesus. How come the Red Pill doesn't push out like joining the military? Because Red Pill people are also populist and they don't believe in institution or structure. So they probably think if you join the military, you're part of like the fucking Zionists for Israel Defense Force or some shit. I'm doing a poll in chat. Wait, what? Never mind. I'm not gonna engage. Never mind. Never mind. Hold on. I'm not doing this. Wow, Epic Mirror, thanks for tier 5-7. As a Gen X person, I definitely didn't get by with minimum wage. A lot of boomers push that narrative, though, that it was easy to have a house and all that on entry-level jobs. Yeah, as much as people like used to shit on millennials, and as much as people are shitting on Gen Z now, I feel like people really hated Gen X. Gen X were like the lazy, degenerate fucks that gave us like fucking like MTV and like dirty cartoons and The Simpsons. I feel like Gen X was like super, but I feel like that's just like the pattern of the. That's just like always like the pattern of the world, right? What's your opinion on joining the military, especially as an officer? I feel like it's an extremely underrated option. I think the military is base as fuck. If you're like not really sure what to do in life or whatever, the military is awesome because you, one, GI Bill, you get fucking school, you get job experience, you get structure, you get paid, and sometimes you don't have to pay for where you live if you get deployed somewhere, and you get to apply your fucking education to whatever your Army MOS is or whatever your job in the Air Force or maybe is. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like military is a good option if you're like super like just don't know what to do. Yeah. Check Sam Cedars' interview with Neil Krauss on neoliberal academia and Zoomers, where they claim schools shouldn't be treated like a businesses and schools shouldn't be expected to create jobs. I can't post the link. I'm good on any far left person's view on education or labor is always going to be fucking retarded. Malia's speech. Seven years ago.
All right, y'all, show some love. Coming up next, we got Malia.
Dear Mr. President, Mr. Dad, Mr. whatever it is, it's me, your little girl. Can I go outside and play? Or are you worried about the papers and what they might say? You see, I never asked for this. I never wanted this. If I had my pick, I'd be a normal kid. I know you have a whole
You have any thoughts on Biden administration's housing policy proposals in a second term, like unloading a barrage of Hellfire missiles on the suburbs? As long as they're single-family ones, yes, based. College or vocational university, which is better? I just feel like you should do community college. Knock out gen eds. Nobody gives a fuck if you took biology 101 at fucking Harvard or music history or art fucking whatever. Yeah, knock your gen eds out and then do like a state school. Unless you really get scholarships or something to go to a better school. Yeah. The fact that people will get like over 50, 60, $100,000 in debt for like a standard 4-year degree is wild to me. Search Melee Speech WEF on YouTube. Oh, WF, so I know it's going to be some autistic shit that we're... One day ago. This? Wait, hold on. No shot. That ratio between house price and median household income is comparing an average to a median? No, there's no way that it was doing that. I can't believe that. Wait, why would you do that? There must be a reason why. Because that would obviously be fucking retarded. There must be a reason why. Or something I'm missing or not understanding. New rape meta just dropped.
Is above on one of the counts that she's...
What? Oh.
Is above on one of the counts that she's alleging, I guess.
Huh, damn.
Oh, stop. We're not. Stop. We don't do this. It's an older Gen Z. I was more told that if I go to college, it should be for a degree that could make you money and then get a second degree or minor or other stuff. I think a lot of people just go to college without thinking about these things. Maybe. Wait, was this about... I'm just trying to bring up Kelly shit. Because I don't know if you guys...
Is above on one of the counts that
or is
she's
this something
alleging,
different?
I guess.
Huh, damn. As much as I would like the money back for all my medical shit, I would not put myself through this.
Okay, never mind. I think this is... Well, but if they talked about it on stream...
Anything with the courts is intensely stressful, and I'm gonna make a hot take. Going through a court case is more stressful than being raped. Don't do it, if you can avoid it. Jesus. Anyway, continue.
Wait, just real quick, Kendrick Rama. Let's see this because of this stupid fucking YouTube chat. My bad, it allows people over 18 to sue for...
So I feel like the people that are saying based get it and understand how stressful the court case is, and the people that are saying, what are you saying, Kelly, do not get it. The emotional turmoil that goes along with dealing with the, well, if you're doing for criminal case, especially dealing with the police, the rigmarole that is, then having to have every tiny detail of what happened drug up constantly for years, by the way. Like court cases take like 2 years on average in the UK to go to court, right? And then if you lose, imagine how fucking soul destroying that is. Like, I would just kill yourself. Hell fucking no. You can like get therapy and you can see psychiatrists to deal with like the private issues you have with being raped. But once you go to court, it's just the whole world giving them 2 cents on something. It fucking sucks. And if you haven't either been through a court case or had a close family member go through a court case, like a close family member of mine shot and killed someone like forcibly entering their home. So because that's the UK, I had to go to court. It was 2 years for them to just say, yeah, you're innocent. Right? So it's very stressful.
I understand it's stressful. I feel like it is, and we should... I realize it's a terrible thing to put on people, but I think you should be as encouraging as possible to people who were sexually assaulted or raped to go to try to prosecute criminally. Because I think it's important to get people's like names on the
I'm not discouraging from it. But unless you've got like a rape kit or you have some circumstantial evidence is really strong, it's she versus him. It almost never even goes to court. Like 99% of the like this is because it's just word versus word. It's a really harsh thing to put yourself through unless you've got like some strong evidence. Most people just don't have strong evidence.
Apparently we just got
There's someone in your chat that says I had a friend report and went all the way to court with like 4 other victims and you just had to get some like rehab type shit. Yeah. Also like the sentences for rape and stuff can be really weak, even if like they're
really
charged and it's pathetic.
Unfortunately,
Like just for the people
it's
that put
incredibly
themselves
fucking
through.
important to get that person's name on the record because the next time he goes to court for that, he's gonna get fucked. Which is what we need to have happen.
You have to be like a sociopathic level of rapist for that really to be a concern, right? And those are quite rare. Like people that are going out there and just like serial raping.
They're not that rare.
No, that's like say they're about as rare as serial killers. Do you think
Guys,
all
43
murderers
likes
are
in the
as
stream with
common
200
as
viewers. Are
serial
you fucking
killers?
kidding me? Like the fucking stream.
Okay, hold on. Let me grab Red Bull. We're gonna talk about this take, okay? Jesus, 1 sec.
Just a reminder, guys, if you want to watch more content from me and Kelly Jean, it's youtube.com/@JSTLKlive. Oh, whoops. It's fucking audio coming through. And kick.com/JSTLK. You can subscribe on YouTube, follow on Kick. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Don't forget to like the stream. If you're watching on YouTube, like the stream. It helps the streamer out. Thank you.
Sure, what's up?
So, I need to make a couple of extra purchases of just like small things.
Okay.
$100. Probably what makes the most sense is if I buy one person here, so I can just get everything set up. I'm a little bit worried about Amazon taking me.
Okay.
But
Okay.
it needs to be your LLC that buys it, so that our LLC can buy it back from you later.
Yeah, I got it. Hold on. Wait, one sec.
Be right back, guys. And we're back.
What did Jessica come on and say?
Send me your code.
For what? Oh, we don't have them in America. I don't think so, no. But like... Oh, okay. Listen. I fucked with you guys. Kelly's 100% right. I don't know why you would disagree with her there. That's like one of the most obvious takes in the world. If you think rape sucks and if you think rape is bad, then the court case is almost by definition going to be worse, because then it's just going to be reliving that over and over and over and over and over again, and now having to fight it and choose it or defend it in court and everything. Yeah, obviously. Yeah, she didn't even give a bad take. You guys are just primed to hate Kelly, which is fine. We can hate Kelly, but that doesn't mean you should just like think every single thing she says is wrong. So don't report rape? No, you should report it. Just know that that's a really difficult process to go through.
JSTLK, if you guys don't know, he's just obsessed with other dudes' dicks and where it is that they're putting them. He is, like, always dick watching other dudes and trying to figure out where their dicks have been.
Wait, hold on, fuck. I'm trying to think if I should ban for this. So do you think women shouldn't go to court? Okay, a court case about your rape, sure, but wasn't she just saying court in general? Do you really think that's what she's saying? Do you think Kelly's saying going to court for a parking ticket is worse than getting raped? Or do you think that she was saying going to court for your rape is probably worse than the rape itself? It sounded like that to me. She literally said that. That was literally her point? No, it sounds like her point literally was going to court for your rape is
above on one of the counts that she's alleging.
Oh, damn. As much as I would like the money back for all my medical shit, I would knock myself through this. Anything with the courts is intensely stressful, and I'm gonna make a hot take. Going through a court case is more stressful than being raped. Don't do it, if you can avoid it. Jesus. Anyway, continue.
Wait, just real quick, Kendrick Mama. Seems to be the super fuck over YouTube chat. Like that allows people over 18 to super.
So I feel like the people that are saying they get it and understand how stressful the court case is, and the people that are saying, what are you saying, Kelly, do not get it. The emotional turmoil that goes along with dealing with well, if you're doing for a criminal case, especially dealing with the police, the rigmarole that is, then having to have every tiny detail of what happened drug up constantly for years, by the way. Like court cases take like 2 years.
You guys are doing the thing. Oh my god. You guys are doing the thing. Oh my god. Everybody does the thing. Everybody does the thing. And you guys are doing the thing. I don't know how to help you overcome the thing. I don't know how to overcome the thing. Destiny, she says a court case. Yes, those were the words that she said. But I'm pretty sure that, like, in general, what she's talking about...
average in the UK to go to court, right? Well, that is. Then having to have every tiny detail of what happened drug up constantly for years, by the way. Like, court cases take like 2 years on average in the UK to go to court, right? And then if you lose, imagine how fucking soul-destroying that is. Like, I would just kill yourself.
Why would it be soul-destroying to lose any random court case? She's obviously talking about going to court for something as stressful as a rape is probably worse than the rape itself. Now, I don't know if she would actually stand by that. She might be hyperbolizing a bit, but it's not even really that much of hyperbole if it is. It's pretty obvious what's being talked about here. Just because she said, like, a court case, that's obviously not what... She doesn't just mean any random fucking court case. Just keep listening. She gives a specific example.
Like 2 years on average in the UK to go to court, right? And then if you lose, imagine how fucking soul-destroying that is. Like, I would just kill yourself. Hell fucking no. You can, like, get therapy and you can see a psychiatrist to deal with, like, the private issues you have with being raped. But once you go to court, it's just the whole world giving their 2 cents on something. It fucking sucks. And if you haven't either been through a court case or had a close family member go through a court case, like a close family member of mine shot and killed someone, like, forcibly entering their home. So because that's the UK, I had to go to court. It was 2 years for them to just say, yeah, you're innocent. Right? So it's very stressful.
I understand it's stressful.
She literally just reaffirmed that if you go to court for rape, et cetera, it's horrible. And then she's giving a personal example. Well, I had a family member that went to court, and that took 2 years. She's just reinforcing the idea that it's a long and arduous process, but she's not saying that going to court for anything is worse than getting raped. But it's not rape? Yeah, because she probably didn't have a personal example of somebody who got raped going to court. She said any court case at the start of the clip. I don't care if she said the word any court case or a court case. It is painfully obvious what she's actually talking about.
I feel like it is, and we should. I realize it's a terrible thing to put on people, but I think you should be as encouraging as possible to people who were sexually assaulted or raped to go to try to prosecute criminally. Because I think it's important to get people's like names on their.
I'm not discouraging from it. But unless you've got like a rape kit or you have some circumstantial evidence is really strong, it's she versus him. It almost never even goes to court. Like 99% of this is because it's just word versus word. It's a really harsh thing to put yourself through unless you've got like some strong evidence.
It's just like so painfully obvious what's being talked about here. You think that, so just to be clear, for the people on the opposite of this, you think that what Kelly was saying, intended to say, was applying, that going through any court case is worse than getting raped. That's what you're going with in your head.
Is above on one of the counts that she's alleging, I guess.
Oh, damn. As much as I would like the money back for all my medical shit, I would knock myself through this. Anything with the courts is intensely stressful, and I'm gonna make a hot take. Going through a court case is more stressful than being raped. Don't do it if you can avoid it. Jesus. Anyway, continue.
Wait, just real quick, Kendrick Llama. I can't see this stupid fucking YouTube chat. Oh god, it allows people over 18 to sue for it.
So I feel like the people that are saying base get it and understand how stressful a court case is, and the people that are saying, what are you saying, Kelly, do not get it. The emotional turmoil that goes along with dealing with well, if you're doing for a criminal case, especially dealing with the police, the rigmarole that is, then having to have every tiny detail of what happened drug up constantly for years, by the way. Like court cases take like 2 years on average in the UK to go to court, right? And then if you lose, imagine how fucking soul destroying that is. Like I would just kill yourself. Hell fucking no. You can like get therapy and you can see a psychiatrist to deal with like the private issues you have with being raped. But once you
all of this is about rape.
Go to court, it's just the whole world giving their 2 cents on something.
On
It
your
fucking
rape.
Sucks. And if you haven't either been through a court case or had a close family member go through a court case, like a close family member of mine.
And now she was a person. Well, here's a close family member. They went through a court or whatever, and it was like all this fucking bullshit. But it wasn't a rape case, but it was still like all this bullshit just for the general arduousness of going through a court case.
Shot and killed someone like forcibly entering the home. So because it's the UK, I had to go to court. It was 2 years for them to just say, yeah, you're innocent. Right? So it's very stressful.
I understand it's stressful. I feel like it is, and we should. I realize it's a terrible thing to put on people, but I think you should be as encouraging as possible to people who were sexually assaulted or raped to go to try to prosecute criminally. Because I think it's important to get people's like names on their.
I'm not discouraging from it. But unless you've got like a rape kit or you have some circumstantial evidence is really strong, it's she versus him. It almost never even goes to court. Like 99% of this is because it's just word versus word. It's a really harsh thing to put yourself through unless you've got like some strong evidence.
No, that's a knuckle dragger point, but you're going to say you can quantify the stress of both and say going to court to prosecute your rapist is obviously worse than the actual rape, really? Depending on, maybe. But that's not even like the important thing to stress over. The idea that the interpretation is she's saying that literally going to court for anything at all is worse than getting raped is such a retarded point. Do I really want to go? She's discouraging women from taking their rapist to court and instead just working on it and their end through therapy because going to court is painful. Isn't it bad to discourage women from actually holding their No, okay. Oh my god. I don't want to do the rape discourse, okay? We've raped enough, okay, on the stream. Okay. There's just 2 things going on that you need to be aware of, okay? One is if you can hold a rapist accountable, you should always try and hold a rapist accountable, okay? That's always a good thing. Always a good thing to hold a rapist accountable if you can do that, number 1, okay? But number 2, okay, going to court for rape is really, 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 really fucking hard. And a lot of people just discount that process, okay? Oh, you got raped? Just take him to court. Lol. First of all, you don't get to take him to court. Technically, that doesn't even fucking mean anything. You don't get to choose to take somebody to court for a criminal matter. You have to go to a police station, you have to do a rape kit, you need to give their story. They need to decide if they even have enough evidence to bring charges. If they bring charges, well, now every single thing about your rape, and by the way, all your worst fears about the rape are now going to be proven 100% in a court of law that is stacked against you, okay? Maybe it was your fault that you got fucking raped. Maybe that you actually did consent and you didn't realize it. Maybe, because guess what? When you go into that criminal courtroom, they're not going to prove whether or not you had consensual sex or whether or not you were raped. What they're going to try to prove is if there is beyond a reasonable doubt evidence that this man can be convicted of the crime of rape. So you need to accept that it might be the fact that you got raped, but every single person on that jury is going to disagree with you. But like, you know, you live with it, right? Now, again, I'm not saying that you shouldn't hold rapists accountable. I think you should. I think a lot of them aren't, and it's really tragic, and I think people should talk about this stuff more. But I'm just saying that, like, to be like, oh, well, like, going to court for rape, that's like, blah, blah, blah. That could be, like, whole process can extend so much further out and can arguably be more traumatic depending on what's involved than even the event itself. That's all I'm saying, okay? Jesus. At Destiny, I can't think of anything grosser than someone who has already been raped and knows who did it and won't even try. They are allowing him to blank someone else and have them deal with the same shit. Sure, maybe, but then the question is, like, is it that person's responsibility to, like, do they need... Oh, never mind, I can't do this. Never mind, I'm gonna get I don't want to get triggered over this. Listen, you're right. Kelly's wrong and based. And Kelly was telling people. I just listened to Kelly for 3 minutes talk about how nobody should report rapes ever. That's what I heard Kelly say. Anybody else? Eyes in chat. Destiny, what's your take? Would you say it should be done to hold them accountable, or would you generally advise against it? I think that if you do get raped, important things to do would be to get a rape kit immediately, to get some sort of like evidence of you like talking to people about it immediately, where you're telling the same story. Go to a police station as soon as possible. Like these are probably the important steps to do. Don't wait, because if you wait, you're fucked. Like conflicting statements to friends and shit, don't do that, or tweet out shit or whatever. You could get fucked. Like yeah. What's the point of getting evidence? What do you mean? So you... The Gretchen Whitmer research is still happening? You know what? We're getting there. Yes, it's hard. I would never say that it's not hard, but to say or frame that it's objectively worse is kind of a dogshit statement. That could be your opinion, but to say this is an open forum is dumb, and I can say you're dumb for that take. The problem with, I don't want to do it. I don't want to get into it. I just don't want to do it. If somebody beats the shit out of you, okay? Recounting or talking about that experience or going to court over that experience is kind of whatever, because it's like you don't really have doubts about what happened, and nobody's really making you doubt what happened, okay? Somebody beat the shit out of you. It's not good. It's never good. Nobody's going to claim it's good. Did you want that person to beat the shit out of you? Did they actually beat the shit out of you, or were you guys like mutually play fight? Like, no, it's just like a thing, right? One of the things that makes rape so annoying and traumatic and horrible to deal with is not only the event itself, but it's also everyone around you response to the event and the way that their responses make you feel. Depending on the rape, or depending on the thing, and there are a lot of variables at play here, okay? Where sometimes it's going to be true, sometimes it's not. Sometimes the people's responses around you and the way that everybody else treats you sometimes can amplify the rape and make it a billion times fucking worse. In that, like, if you've got a person who is raped and, you know, the first response of friends and family is, holy shit, this is horrible, like, what can we do to help? We're going to go to the police station, blah, 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 blah. Like, that's one thing. But firstly, if you get raped, in most situations, especially because most rapes aren't like dark alley fucking rapes. Most rapes are like date rape things or pressure from friends or shit like that, right? If you get raped in this way, you're already a little bit mindfucked, okay? Because you're not 100% sure. Sometimes, most of the time maybe, it's very rare that you're probably 100% sure that, okay, I was raped, I didn't do anything wrong, that guy was 100% morally in the wrong, fuck this is bullshit, right? You already have some doubts because of the way that sex works, because of maybe what the other guy said, because of maybe the situation you were beforehand, and then you start talking to friends and family, like, well, okay, did he actually rape you, blah, 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 well, I'm actually friends with this guy, blah, blah, blah. Like, dragging all of that shit up in friend groups and family groups is already shitty. Now dragging all of it up for months or years in a court case where now you've got like literally fucking professional rape debaters, right? The defense is going to be arguing against your case. That's just a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot of shit. And if the rape was bad, you better believe that the perceived apologia that follows has the potential to be even worse. Because at the very least, like, you can process and get through and everything with the rape, but now that it's going to be drug up over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, and people are going to guess it, you make you second guess it, because they should be. The defense's goal is to prevent a good defense. So, like, the defense's goal is literally to re-trigger and traumatize the fuck out of you as hard as possible to try to make you think that you didn't actually get raped. It's a lot. That's all I'll say. If you disagree, that's fine. Who cares? Fuck it. Your debate with Ben Shapiro should be out on Monday. It's looking great. Thanks, Lex Friedman. What is this?
JSDLK, if you guys don't know, he's just obsessed with other dudes' dicks and where it is that they're putting them. He is, like, always dick watching other dudes and trying to figure out where their dicks have been and where they're going to go. It's like a thing for him. JSDL.
True. Oh God. Lab tweets. How to get laid as a man. Smell good. Invest in an expensive cologne, a nice shoe, and a nice watch. Don't wear shirts with graphics on them. Get pants that fit well and shirts that fit well at the chest and shoulders but loose on the tummy.
A nice shoe.
A lot of male shirts are designed
The
this
fact
way,
that she
namely true
says
classic.
a
and
nice
cheap.
shoe instead of
Oh,
nice
this
shoes.
is the one where you ask a person, what should I do to appeal to X group? And then they just tell you what they like. Is that what we're doing now? There's probably like general forms of good advice in here. Smelling good is important, okay? Shower, use shampoo, make sure you smell good. That's important. Cologne, I don't think this matters that much. Don't wear shirts with graphics. I mean, that's going to depend on like where you're going and who you're going out with. If you're going with like a scene girl to like fucking Applebee's, I don't think you should show up in a full fucking swag, you know, dress shirts and entire outfit. Heal your relationship with your mother. Okay. Watch YouTube videos on charisma. The single least attractive trait a man can have is taking life for himself too seriously and being sensitive. I don't understand. Neither of these things are true. I don't understand. I don't even know what's being said here. Be ballsy and say ballsy things. Make ballsy jokes. Don't be afraid to slightly scare the woman you're talking to. Women like being slightly scared by aggressive courting strategy and strong personality. This is just not true. Make money and have a life plan to make more. This is good. Treat women like equals. In fact, if you really want to get laid, treat her like you can't believe she's talking to you. Women are egoic creatures, and they find this very charming. A lot of seduction is treating the person you're seducing like you can't help believe this is definitely not true. A lot of my followers here are men now, and very online men. I thought it should be all favors. Sex advice. A substantial amount of sex, if you're a man, is making sure you're not crushing her. The amount of times I've been having sex with a man and he's bearing his full weight on my body is insane. Make sure she can breathe. It's not very sexy for her to have a George Floyd moment and ruin the immersion. She's already had to spend time convincing herself it's sexy and you're ruining it. This can be kind of true. It depends on positions and what's going on, and maybe. I wouldn't say this is a substantial amount of sex, though. This also, like, I would say this is 50-50. I also think this really depends on the girl. Sometimes when I finish, I'll, like, get up on my arms because I feel bad because I'm like, I don't want to be, like, crushing you. But I think I stopped doing that because it was so often that after I finished, the girl would say, like, where are you going? Like, no, lay on me. I like being, like, smothered or crushed. Like, that feels good. But if you weigh, like, 250 pounds, 300 pounds as a guy, then maybe that's different. I don't know. It probably depends. I don't know. This is really generalized. I would ask the person. Do not thrust in and out, and do not thrust fast. You want your hips to do a slow roll, not an in and out rabbit hump. Every woman has different speeds she likes, but the aristocratic women will enjoy a slow pounding roll. Full length of you, slowly but forcefully. Think of another one bites the dust, and it's every second beat. Okay. Again, fuck. I don't know. I don't know if I want to do all this. A general piece of advice I would give is that most complaints that I have, and most complaints that other women have, are usually that people are too gentle with them. I don't think I've ever had a woman tell me, can you slow down, or can you just like be more? I think it is almost always like, I just need you to fuck the shit out of me. But maybe it's like, maybe we're selecting for different groups of people, possibly. I'm not sure. Yeah, I communicate a lot too because I'm curious. Like when it comes to fingering, for instance, like I'll do like different things. I'm like, oh, does this feel better? Blah 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 blah. All the random fucking A spot, G spot, curl, blah blah blah. And at the end of the day, what almost every girl I've talked to, what ends up feeling the best, at least when they're going to finish, what usually ends up feeling the best is like it's straight fingers, no curling, no G spot, none of that. It's as straight as possible. And it's like as hard and fast as you fucking can. I would say 95% of women, at least when you're on like the home stretch, that's what they're looking for. They don't care about like the fucking like the dig up and the pressure here and the do all that. Like there are other things you can do like as part of like foreplay or like building there. When you're like on the home stretch, it's just like go as fucking hard as fast as you can. But I don't know. But maybe that's like a selection. Maybe it's like different types of people like different things. For the love of God, talk. Women are creatures who seek validation. You have no idea how far a "you're beautiful" or "you're so tight" or "fuck" goes. And if she's happy, you're happy. Also, why are guys so scared to moan? I've never, ever met a woman who says they wish they were me less nice. This is true. Make sure you don't smell like shit. If you need to take a trip to the bathroom, smell your drunk in your armpits, do it. Be courteous and not nasty. I can't even guess how many times I've taken a sink pussy bath. Don't ask me why I smell like your bathroom hand soap. This is gonna come down to personal preference. Almost as long as you are like, fuck. I'm gonna give a very general piece of advice, and it might not apply to everybody. In my experience, as long as you are generally bathed, you're probably fine. I think that especially when you're like horny or people are having sex, like people that have like a natural body smell, especially women, I hear this from a lot, is like they really, really, really enjoy that. I think a woman, if she likes you, at least, that if you have like whatever your kind of like natural smell is, but you've like showered like earlier in the day or something, I think that's usually preferred to you smell like Axe. Yeah. Also, maybe this is just me. I don't think that pussies smell bad. Even if you shower in the morning, you go to hook up at night, I think it's fine unless you've literally been doing some like blue collar labor crazy shit. I would prefer that over like going to eat somebody out and it smells like hand soap. I don't think that soapy pussies smell good. I don't want to say that's weird because it comes off as judgy, but I think that like sex and sexual activity have like an ordinary like amount of kind of like scents and sounds and everything that are associated with them. The idea that you have to like soap fucking everything up right before having sex, for me personally, I don't enjoy that. Most of the women I've been with don't seem to enjoy that either, but I don't know. You don't need to have sex for longer than 9 minutes. Your friends are lying to you. They do not have sex for longer than this. The average is under 7 minutes. You're fine. This is almost certainly true. You showered in the morning, but you took a shit during the day. Should you shower again before sex? If you don't have a bidet, yes. She doesn't want to orgasm every time. If she doesn't ask you to help her, don't try. Wait for a direction to tell you what to do. It's embarrassing to fumble the clip poorly, and it's the man's job to not be embarrassing. Okay, kind of true. I don't believe this, though. I think this is the largest cope that women try to pass off on society. I will never believe them, even if every single woman told me. You know how I said you should always be able to, like, have your mind changed by evidence or whatever to prove that you're not too dug into a position? My mind cannot be changed by evidence on this, and it will never be changed by evidence on this. I do not believe when women say, like, oh, I don't always like to orgasm. It's whatever. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I think that's a cope because they either don't get off easily or they might... Hold on. I'll say one exception might be if she's on her period and she doesn't want you to fuck around because she feels weird about it, whatever. Or if she's on SSRIs, then I'll believe it because sometimes it literally might take like an hour plus for her to orgasm. Otherwise, like, I don't know. I've been with girls that will say shit like that initially, like, oh yeah, I don't care about orgasming, but then when they find out you can actually get them off, they're like, oh yeah, like actually I do want to orgasm every single time. This is actually really fun. Usually it's because they've been with guys that can't get them off or that aren't patient enough to get them off, or they don't know how to get off because they're masturbation virgins, okay? Drink water. If she can smell your pungent cum, she's liable to send you a lawsuit. I think that cum and all that, I think it's just biology. I don't know. I mean, water probably helps a little bit. Okay, we're done with this. Okay. Why am I? Is this like anything important, or is it just gonna be some dumb conspiracy bullshit?
I just buried it.
Does the pineapple trick work? I'm a big believer, and there is one thing and one thing only that could like change the flavor of like how you taste, and that's just how much water you drink. I don't think diet. I don't think being vegan. People try to moralize like the flavor of your fucking genitals, where it's like, if you've saved 5 children in your life, your cum will taste so good. People be like, if you go to the gym and exercise, it makes your cum taste good. Why the fuck? How does that even make fucking sense? If you're a vegan, your cum tastes way better. Red meat is carcinogenic and makes your cum taste horrible. Why? Wait, when I eat steak, does like first of all, steak tastes delicious. So is like the bad tasting parts of the steak like flowing to my balls? Like, I don't agree. I think all of that is fucking bullshit. My only evidence for that is I've met girls like at different stages in life who went from being like vegan, I don't want to cite people because it's weird, but like I knew a girl who was like a normal human being. Then she became a vegan for a while. Then she stopped being a vegan. Then she became a smoker. And she gained like 50 pounds. Through all 3 stages of that, she tasted the exact same every single time. And every other girl I've known, I've met some vegans with really strong taste, and I've met a lot of vegans that don't taste like anything. I've met some ordinary people. Like, I think it all varies. The idea that like people, like the more moral their lifestyle is, unironically, I think people say this, the more moral your lifestyle is, like the better all of your fucking cums taste. Like, as long as you go to the gym and work out and you avoid red meat, and you do all these good things. Like, I don't believe that. I think it's bullshit.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's for me a great honor to welcome.
Destiny's going to have his world destroyed with the next point. Wait, what's the next point? World destroyed with the next point. What was he even referring to? Drink water?
Javier Milei, as you know, is the freely elected president of Argentina, and it's actually your first trip to a foreign country after you have been elected. First, congratulations for your election, and congratulations also to your sister, who managed your election campaign. I think you, sometimes people would say with more radical methods, but you introduce a new spirit to Argentina, making Argentina much more related to free enterprise, to entrepreneurial activities, also to bring Argentina back to the rule of law. So we have a very extraordinary person.
Oh, it's like the crazy guy that you guys all obsess over. Do I cover this?
Among us today, and of course we are all eager to listen to you. And again, a very cordial welcome to the World Economic Forum.
Hold on. Both pineapple and reed have been proven to change the taste of cum. Proven and butane? Link the studies, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Today, I'm here to tell you that the Western world is in danger. And it is endangered because those who are supposed to have to defend the values of the West are co-opted by a vision of the world that inexorably leads to socialism and thereby to poverty. Unfortunately, in recent decades, motivated by some well-meaning individuals,
good or bad time to invest in housing if you can buy it in cash.
Willing to help others, and others motivated by the wish to belong to a privileged caste, the main leaders of the Western world have abandoned the model of freedom for different versions of what we call collectivism. We're here to tell you that collectivist experiments are never the solution to the problems that afflict the citizens of the world. Rather, they are the root cause. Do believe me, no one better placed than us, Argentines, to testify to these 2 points. When we adopted the model of freedom back in 1860, in 35 years we became a leading world power. And when we embraced collectivism over the course of the last 100 years, we saw how our citizens started to become systematically impoverished, and we dropped to spot number 140 globally. But before having the discussion, it would first be important for us to take a look at the data that demonstrate why free enterprise capitalism is not just the only possible system to end world poverty, but also that it's the only morally desirable system to achieve this. If we look at the history of economic progress, we can see how between the year 0 and the year 1800 approximately, world per capita GDP practically remained constant throughout the whole reference period. If you look at the graph of the evolution of economic growth throughout the history of humanity, you would see a hockey stick graph, an exponential function that remained constant for 90% of the time, and which was exponentially triggered starting in the 19th century. The only exception to this history of stagnation was in the late 15th century with the discovery of the American continent. But for this exception, throughout the whole period between the year 0 and the year 1800, global per capita GDP stagnated. Now, it's not just that capitalism brought about an explosion in wealth from the moment it was adopted as an economic system, but also if you look at the data, what you will see is that growth continues to accelerate throughout the whole period. And throughout the whole period between the year 0 and the year 1800, the per capita GDP growth rate remained stable at around 0.02% annually, so almost no growth. Starting in the 19th century, with the Industrial Revolution, the compound annual growth rate was 0.66%, and at that rate, in order to double per capita GDP, you would need some 107 years. Now, if you look at the period between the year 1900 1800 and the year 1950, the growth rate accelerated to 1.66% a year. So you no longer need 107 years to double per capita GDP, but 66. And if you take the period between 1950 and the year 2000, you will see that the growth rate was 2.1%. Again, the CAGR, which would mean that in only 33 years we could double the world's per capita GDP. This trend, far from stopping, remains well alive today. If we take the period between the year 2000 and 2023, the growth rate again accelerated to 3% a year, which means that we could double world per capita GDP in just 23 years. That said, when you look at per capita GDP since the year 1800 and until today, what you will see is that after the Industrial Revolution, global per capita GDP multiplied by over 15 times, which meant a boom in growth that lifted 90% of the global population out of poverty. We should remember that by the year 1800, about 95% of the world's population lived in extreme poverty, and that figure dropped to 5% by the year 2020 prior to the pandemic. The conclusion is obvious. Far from being the cause of our problems, free trade capitalism as an economic system is the only instrument we have to end hunger, poverty, and extreme poverty across our planet. The empirical evidence is unquestionable. Therefore, since there is no doubt that free enterprise capitalism is superior in productive terms, the left-wing doxer has attacked capitalism, alleging matters of morality, saying, that's what the detractors claim, that it's unjust. They say that capitalism is evil because it's individualistic, and that collectivism is good.
Okay, listen. I don't know anything about this guy, other than he's weird. Defends capitalism, that's cool. Okay.
I'm curious.
Glenn Greenwald on the Trump indictment. RFK. Oh, 7 months ago. Bro, who linked this?
I'm curious if you put Trump on the couch, how he wound up in this situation. Like, for somebody who has talked so frequently about the deep state coming after him, like this is basically his number one argument that he's been making. From,
Ryan Graham.
Because you were judged by who your enemies are, and you're like, look at who my enemies are. They want to destroy me, therefore I must be doing something right. What about that did not get internalized for him? Because if you believe that they're coming to get you, just give the boxes back. Like that's the part that has me head scratching about like the way that this unfolded. How do you think about why Trump? Because for Hillary Clinton, I think Hillary Clinton knew she was not going to be put in prison, so you can explain why she would be shady about and be willing to lie.
You're debating Glenn, right? I hope
it
gets confirmed
they want
today.
They don't like that she's using this server, but she's pretty confident that they're not actually going to put her in prison, and that confidence was borne out by Comey's decision not to prosecute her. Trump, though, shouldn't have that same confidence. Like they really are coming after him. So it almost feels like for the kind of movement that he's leading, why wasn't he more careful?
It's a good question.
I emailed my divorce lawyer back. It's like, hey, thanks very much for everything. Hopefully I never have to contact you again for anything in the future. And then she emails me back. She's like, you're welcome. Believe it or not, I have repeat customers. Sometimes they even marry and divorce the same person. Wishing you all the best. Based.
I think the best analogy, and I know this seems odd because it's impossible to extract all this from its ideological baggage, is what happened in Brazil with Lula da Silva, where obviously played a big role in those events, so I have pretty up-close insight. Lula never believed that he would be in prison because he was a two-term president, beloved on the international stage, he left office with an 86% approval rating. And at exactly this point, the analogous point in the election cycle for Brazil, 1 year before the 2018 presidential election, 2017, when he was leading all polls, they came and they charged him with multiple corruption crimes, arrested him, and sentenced him to 11 years in prison. And when that happened, he began to view all of the people responsible for that with such disdain that he no longer recognized their legitimacy. The lead prosecutor in Lula's case ran for Congress and won, got the biggest vote total in the state, and they just removed him from Congress on some concocted corruption ground, and now they're looking to do the same with the judge who presided over the case, who's now a senator. So this vengeance factor.
I feel like if I were to go and research the story he's talking about, I feel like everything he said was probably just completely not true.
You spend time in jail is very high. This is, you're talking about an establishment that twice impeached Donald Trump, that has now indicted him twice, that makes no secret about their desire to put him into prison. And so, yes, you can on the one hand say, well, he should therefore be even more careful and not hand them weapons to use against him. On the other hand, I think when you feel genuinely persecuted by unjust authority, which is definitely how he and a lot of his supporters feel, and I think with good reason. Remember, Chuck Schumer warned him this would happen. If you challenge the CIA, they have 6 different ways to get back at you, and that's what has been happening throughout his presidency with Russiagate and now these impeachments and now these indictments. I think there's this kind of sense that I'm just not going to play ball with these people. I'm not going to recognize the legitimacy of their demands for these documents back because they're out to get me no matter what I do, and war is the only way to go about this.
It's important to take Chuck Schumer both literally and seriously.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was
the most amazing moment of candor I've ever seen from a top-level Washington official.
Yeah. So pivoting to your interview with RFK Jr. recently, actually, we'll just play this clip, and to set it up, you asked him basically, why is it that you're skeptical about funding for the war in Ukraine because of the needs of people here at home, but not the same for Israel? Let's roll that clip here.
Why are we in the United States transferring billions of dollars of aid each year to a country, Israel, whose citizens in a lot of ways enjoy better standards of living than a lot of the ways American citizens live? What is your argument for why we should send so much money to
to Israel but not to Ukraine?
Well, I mean, historically, that argument has been that Israel is a model democracy in the Mideast. It's the only democracy in the Mideast, and as a democracy, it's a model for peacekeeping. There's never been a time in history when a democracy has gone to war with another democracy. So I think our policy in the United States should be to support the growth of democracies around the world.
But that was the argument for going into invading Iraq. We're going to spread democracy in the Middle East. That's the argument for supporting the Ukrainians, which is the Ukrainians are a democracy and Russia's not a democracy.
And I agree with you, and I do think there's a difference between.
He shouldn't have let that argument. We went in to support Iraq? What? Was that? I'm sorry. Was that what the Iraq war was us going in to support Iraq? Against who? I'm sorry. Did I miss what that whole war was about? Because I thought we went to war to defeat Iraq, to depose the leader, not support them.
What we did in Iraq, which is imposing a U.S. system, which I don't think was really democracy, that's what we've done, and going into a preemptive war, which we've never done in our history, on a pretext in which we lied to the American public about weapons of mass destruction, and our policy of assisting an existing democracy in the Mideast that has had a long relationship with our country and a long and supportive relationship with our country. But I think you raised some important points. I think probably at this point in history, Israel is much better able to take care of itself than it was in the past, and we need to look at all those things.
That was a long clip. I want to play all the way to the end of it because it's a remarkable moment in an interview where you kind of see him think through the position, and by the end of it, he's like, actually, you know what, Glenn? Maybe Israel is ready to stand up on its own 2 feet, and we should reduce the amount of spending we're there, which is an incredible turnaround from just days earlier where he had denounced his friend Roger Waters over Israel-related tweets, concerts, etc. Were you surprised?
I think he means to liberate the Iraqi people. No, what he means is you have to tie every single foreign policy thing we do to Iraq and Afghanistan because Americans have foreign policy trauma relating to it. So everything looks like Iraq and Afghanistan. Everything.
Hey, is that kind of arc of his answer there?
Yes and no. I mean, this is what I took away from the interview. Obviously, a lot of people were angry about the extreme pro-Israel narrative, which is way beyond what even Democratic members of Congress will say they're much better at pretending to take care about Palestinians than he bothered to do. And other people were angry about his views on China, essentially saying we're doing to China exactly what we're doing to Russia, namely, baselessly and stupidly provoking them with encirclement physically around their country. But although, I didn't like his answers on Israel up until that point, what I find so fascinating about him, Ryan, is that if you look at his life, you can't find a more charmed life to be an establishment figure. He had 2 uncles who were senators in the Democratic Party, or rather his father and an uncle were senators. His other uncle was the president. He comes from this
He's so gross the way that he does this. Like, what is Glenn's background? I don't know why he is so hyper fixated on just attack his positions. Why would you even, you've got a 30-minute interview here. Why would you even waste time going in on his background like this? It's just fucking RFK. It's not a hard person's positions to attack.
To be an establishment figure. He had 2 uncles who were senators in the Democratic Party, or rather his father and an uncle were senators. His other uncle was the president. He comes from this beloved Democratic Party dynasty. He's married to a very popular actress in Hollywood. He's wealthy, he's well-known, he's famous. And what has clearly happened, he was a long time an establishment Democrat. He supported and endorsed Hillary Clinton over Barack Obama. That's how much he ingrained in the establishment he was in 2008. And we've all had those moments where we kind of become radicalized when we realize in an issue that we know a lot about, that the establishment is lying to us. We start thinking, well, they're lying to us about this. Maybe I've been propagandized and deceived in other areas as well. He had the same answer on Russiagate. I had previously said he was a supporter of Russiagate. His campaign contacted me and said they didn't think I was fair. But he said, no, you're right. I was a supporter of Russiagate because I got duped by the propaganda. And once I started hearing people in the context of COVID tell me, oh, vaccine skepticism means you're a Kremlin agent, I started realizing, wait a minute, how is this actually being used? And then the more I looked into it and I read the Durham report, I saw that I had been deceived. And a lot of that comes from COVID radicalism. And I think that has made him somebody, even at the age of 68, who is now starting to really question a lot of things he's long been conditioned to believe and is very willing to be open-minded and hear arguments against even his most core convictions in a way that I find very rare. First of all, I've never seen that in an interview before, but also very encouraging. It's more than any particular policy view. I think that character trait of being intellectually humble, of realizing some of your views may be grounded in unthought through propaganda is an incredibly valuable one to have in a major presidential candidate.
Yeah, not to mention a willingness to sort of work through them actually on air, not behind closed doors in the proverbial smoke-filled back room. I think that's a huge distinction as well. Do you get the sense, I remember when Justice Democrats tried to cobble together that Ukraine letter and ended up retracting it, what was it, 6 months ago at this point? Do you get the sense, Glenn, that this switch, that Ukraine perhaps is a window into an awakening for other Democrats? Because it seems to me like the Democratic establishment's clinging to their narrative on Ukraine, similar to the clinging to their narrative on Israel, but for people outside the Democratic establishment, they see that doubling down, and they wonder why they would be doubling down. So do you get the sense that he might be representative of other Democratic voters?
I think so. I think the interesting thing, of course, we've had politicians before. This isn't the first time I say I was wrong. But usually it's because they're forced to. Like Hillary Clinton running for president in 2008 was required to say, I got the Iraq war wrong and apologize, so it was John Kerry, because the voters demanded that. What RFK Jr. is doing is something that is likely to expel him from his political and social circle, saying, I got Russiagate wrong by being too...
I find it honestly surprising how you and Glenn Greenwald can have so much friction given how similar you are. Man, I don't know why you listen to me or what you're getting from me if you think I'm anywhere near similar to this guy. That's like saying Chopin's music is kind of like, it sounds very similar to Evanescence because they both have pianos in them. That's what that comment just sounded like.
RFK Jr. is doing is something that is likely to expel him from his political and social circle, saying I got Russiagate wrong by being too gullible about it. And I don't believe the war in Ukraine is a just war that we ought to be pursuing and involving the United States in. And I think when someone makes those kind of admissions against their own interests, that's when you can believe more in the authenticity of those convictions. So the question of how much space is there in the Democratic Party to start opposing Biden's bellicose rhetoric about Ukraine and fighting the Russians until the end after a year and a half now of all this fighting and killing with no end in sight, I think it's a very interesting one. The problem, of course, was that no Democrat, not AOC, not Ilhan Omar, not Cory Bush, none of them voted no on that original bill. They all lined up unanimously and said, yes, we support Biden war policy in Ukraine, and that eliminated the space for, liberal pundits, even left-wing pundits, to kind of start arguing against the war because no one in the Democratic Party was doing that. If RFK Jr. can create space and have debates and be seen and be heard, as I think he will be, and start articulating this case, I do think there's some latent, kind of hesitation or resistance, if
Is
you
that
will,
you say
to
chop
the
it?
fact.
I don't know. Is it Chopin? 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 I don't remember now. No, I feel like I'm
bro,
gaslighting
it's
myself.
Chopin.
Chopin.
Like show panties. Chopin.
The birthplace of the composer Friedrich Chopin. Now you might think
Oh,
Chopin
Chopin.
is a French composer, isn't he? Not quite. His father.
Nobody cares. And I wanted to start with Chopin above all.
Chopin. Oh, it's not even. I didn't even the accent. Maybe Chopin. Well, they had the accent in a different
So
spot.
people said, well, Chopin, who knows Chopin? And you want to call it Monsieur Chopin.
Chopin, St. John Paul II.
Why is Trump giving his
Poland is.
Chopin?
The fact that we're now involved in yet another war, an endless war with no end in sight that is increasingly dangerous.
And I think the rhetoric and the argument around spending money over there while not spending it here is really powerful and resonates in a kind of common sense way. But what I actually
It's not common sense, though. That's not how our budget works at all. What do you mean? How is that a common sense thing? Pretty sure a lot of the aid has even been on separate bills. Like,
love about it is that it will eventually force the government to make the real case, for why it's spending that money overseas. Because this is not charity. We're not shelling money out to Israel. We're not spending money in Ukraine or other military bases around the world because of our benevolence. Because we just have generous feelings towards the rest of the world. Like the empire has very specific and distinct advantages, to the homeland. And so it's not as if when you spend money in Ukraine, you don't have money to spend here in the United States. The United States can borrow it well. The United States has a Federal Reserve, and 70-80% of that money that we allegedly send to Ukraine never leaves Northern Virginia or suburban Maryland
thanks,
anyway.
Twitch
And so
chat.
it would be fun to see
You
the
guys are
government
the
have to actually make that
best.
argument. Say that no, don't worry, it's not charity. We're not supporting Israel just because we love the only democracy in the Middle East, which is so offensive to Iraq and Lebanon. Come on, man, they have elections. Why would we even went to war to make Iraq a democracy? Stop with it. Call it one of three. None of them are very functional. But that's not why we're supporting it. It's charity. We're not supporting Israel just because we love the only democracy in the Middle East, which is so offensive to
What a
Iraq and Lebanon. Come on, man, they have
terrible
elections.
room,
Why would we
just a
even
bunch
went to
of
war to make
chess.
Iraq a democracy? Stop with it. Call it one of three.
are we calling Lebanon a functioning democracy, a functioning country right now? Okay.
We're very functional. But that's not why we're supporting Israel. We're supporting Israel because we want to beat it, at least for our geopolitics.
How can you say that a government like the United States that is the biggest sponsor of the Saudi despots and of Egyptian authoritarians and countries all over the world actually cares about spreading democracy? The thing that really interests me, Ryan, is there's space obviously in the Republican Party for opposing the war in
I
Ukraine.
think Iraq is actually doing pretty decent. Are they not? I haven't heard any horrible news about them recently, but
is doing that, for example. But a lot of people dismiss that and say, well, conservatives don't want to fight Russia because the real goal is to fight China. What our case said was he sees China and Russia in exactly the same way. We have 800 foreign bases all around the world, while China has one. We're encircling them in Guam and Australia and Japan and South Korea with nuclear-tipped missiles aimed at Chinese cities and nuclear-capable B-52s buzzing over their head. Biden was the first president to say,
someone said it's been completely infiltrated by Iran. Oh, okay, maybe not.
we'll go to war with China over Taiwan. And his argument is the people who are paying for this neoconservative, warmongering mentality, not just in Russia, but also in China and in general, are the American people who are suffering at home because all their money is going, as you say, to lobbyists in Northern Virginia and Maryland, or to, the coffers of Vladimir Zelensky and Israeli military agencies.
That's not how taxes or any of our stuff works at all. But okay.
Recently arms dealers to prepare for war with China, and it doesn't benefit anybody, and the people who pay the most are the American people. I think that is a very powerful argument if you make it consistently.
Yeah, that's right, because if you have to make the argument that the empire actually is beneficial to the United States, then the question is, well, who is it helping here in the United States? Because the regular person American, I'm not saying it. Like, if you look at the kind of median income and the housing values in Northern Virginia, then things are going quite well. But if you're looking at the rest of the country, not so much.
Yeah, the confluence of Ukraine and China is really interesting because that's the test, right? There are really good reasons, I think, to be wary of where a relationship with China could go in a million different directions. But the capture of the conservative movement by the defense industry is really going to be put to a test. It's one thing to oppose Ukraine, it's another to see where that policy evolves on China.
Last question.
Who is it? Hold on, I got a dumb email from a fucking Israeli dipshit. A far left one? In a hypothetical one-state solution, we'd still be the majority. As of 2023, the world's core Jewish population, thus identifying as Jews above all else, was estimated at 15.7 million. Israel hosts the largest core Jewish population in the world with 7.2 million, followed by the United States with 6.3 million. Israel is the largest Jewish population in the world, is the only country where Jews are the majority. Israel's population, blah, blah, blah. Math, Jews in Israel equals 7.1 million. Arabs, who we assume are totally anti-Israeli, anti-Jew, are 2 million. The Gaza population is 2.3 million. The West Bank area is 2.5 million. And over 600,000 settlers. Math means that the total amount of Arabs in Israel plus Gaza plus the West Bank is 7.1 million, and the total amount of Israeli Jews in Israel plus the settlers is 7.7 million. Thanks, Morty. Who is this guy? His name is Morton Goldstein, and you don't know anything about anything at all about Israel-Palestine? The crazy thing is that he took this much time to type up this much shit, and he knows about, like, the Gaza Strip, and he knows about the West Bank, and he knows about a one-state solution, and he knows about the settlers, and he did all of this math to try to prove something wrong, But the whole area of contention behind the one-state solution thing has to do with right of return. The whole issue is the 6 million theoretical Palestinian refugees that people are worried about right now. Oh, wait, that's a troll made-up fake Jew name. Oh, probably. Oh, because it's also a proton mail. Oh, it's just a guy that hates Jews or Israel and he's copy-pasting some retarded shit. Never mind. Fuck me. I shouldn't even bother reading it. You're right.
The Democratic Party, it is interesting to think about where this is going. My sense on Ukraine is that they just seem to be hoping that this just goes away. That maybe this spring offensive is the end, and then there's some type of there won't be a negotiated peace, but it's signed paperwork. But it just the war basically peters out, and the lines get frozen where they are, and then they don't have to take a stand on this question anymore. But then you have to question China, like you said, how bellicose and confrontational are they going to be? But there doesn't seem to be energy for kind of an anti-war movement within the Democratic Party. Where do you see it?
Yeah, the big question is why not, right? I mean, why are neocons from the Bush and Cheney era almost entirely now embedded within the Democratic Party? They're not just anti-Trump, they're anti-Republican Party and pro-Democratic Party. They perceive, I think correctly, the Democratic Party is the better vehicle for the fulfillment of their foreign policy agenda, which is always about increasing and seeking out confrontation and war. And the question is, why is there no space in mainstream liberal left discourse to raise these issues? There's a lot of energy that goes into the trans debate and the culture war, but almost none. There's no one almost ever who talks about foreign policy and war in the U.S. security state any longer. These issues. There's a lot of energy saying and seeking out confrontation and war. And the question is, why is there no space in mainstream liberal left discourse to raise these issues? There's a lot of energy that goes into the trans debate and the culture war, but almost
what I feel like all of that energy that goes into those debates is a response to conservatives arguing about it. Like, if conservatives want to argue foreign policy, we can, but they don't. They just are like all isolationists now. They have like nothing to say.
none. There's no one almost ever who talks about foreign policy and war in the U.S. security state any longer. And this is what excites me the most about RFK Jr.'s candidacy, is that I think he will be kind of a thorn in the side, like a reminder that these values are values that people who identify as American liberals are supposed to embrace. And the question becomes, why is it that, nobody seems to mind within the Democratic Party that Biden is...
Also, apparently apparently I misunderstood the comment earlier made by Ryan Grimm. When he brought up Lebanon and Iraq, he was meaning those were not functioning democracies, I think. Somebody on YouTube just said it, so maybe I misunderstood it.
Not just devoted to endless war with Russia over Ukraine, after President Obama repeatedly said Ukraine is not a vital interest of the United States, we should not risk confrontation with Russia over who governs eastern Ukraine or Crimea. That was Obama's emphatically stated view. And also, why is Biden so willing seemingly to thwart the possibility of war with China, which would be, ensure the immediate extinction of the human race? And I think the problem has been the left flank of the Democratic Party, like AOC and the Squad, and Bernie have been very focused on the culture war. Bernie kind of always still focused on some of the economic policies on which he typically focuses, but that has left a huge hole for people, leaders in the Democratic Party, including on the left flank, to talk about these issues. And I do, to Emily's question, think that RFK Jr. has a very significant space to kind of drive through there and become the person who reawakens a lot of those working sentiments.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think Bernie, the Squad, broadly the Democratic left, have just wanted to put their heads down and focus on domestic stuff, some of it culture stuff, some of it class stuff, but and maybe it has something to do with Russia and the way that Russiagate unfolded makes them even less interested in getting entangled in that, because there's no advantage in the Democratic primary. But maybe RFK Jr. shows that there is a constitution.
Quickly on that, one of the best MLK speeches ever was when he delivered in Riverside Church in Harlem exactly a year the day before he was murdered, and his argument was he apologized for not focusing enough on the Vietnam War until later than others did, because he realized there's no way to extricate American empire and militarism and imperialism from the domestic agenda. They go hand in hand. You cannot win one without winning the other. And this attempt by these kind of new Democrats to say, well, we can just let the CIA and the FBI go, we don't really think they're enemies, wars, as long as we're not sending American troops or something Americans will tolerate, it's not going to work, because it shapes the priority and character of the U.S. government in fundamental ways that means that the U.S. government will be geared toward these kind of corporatist and imperialist policies. There's no way to separate those.
That's a real culture war.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. You're trying to be a progressive party within the empire. It's has so many contradictions embedded in it, and MLK was pulling those apart in that speech. And if you don't, you just become part of the machine.
Yeah, and I wasn't about this, but the time the establishment really turning against Martin Luther King was when he began becoming an outspoken opponent to the Vietnam War. They were okay, not all of them obviously, but like kind of the liberal establishment, the New York Times, were okay with the racial justice agenda and the Civil Rights Act and the like that was what Lyndon Johnson ended up doing. It became a Democratic Party cause. But when he started saying we have to stop the war in Vietnam, the U.S. is the greatest purveyor of violence on the planet, the New York Times, the Washington Post, liberal opinion makers really went after him, because that's what becomes uniquely threatening.
Good piece on that,
Didn't he? I thought he lost support even in the black community for that as well. Am I wrong? When he started to do like the Vietnam War, the anti-Vietnam stuff? I need to go back and read more about that particularly.
Well, if you go Zedulani MLK, intercept that. This is a great piece on that. We'll come up. Glenn, last question. What do you think of the new set?
Let me check that out. First of all, you already lied and told me that the last question was the last question, so I've already
trust him.
Let me see. I've only seen myself. I have to see the set.
Oh, you can't see the set.
Aesthetic critique.
I'll
I'll announce it on Twitter.
I'll send you a pic.
Actually, I think it's very looking good. I like the color scheme. I like how gigantic I am. So yeah, I have nothing but positive feedback so far.
You're like an Easter Island head.
I hover above you guys. It's very positive.
Very intimidating back here.
Well, we couldn't think of a better guest for our first day on the new set than Glenn Greenwald. Go watch a System Update over on Rumble. It's fantastic. Subscribe on Locals. Glenn, thank you so much for joining.
Great to be with you guys. Thanks for having me. Have a good day.
And that'll do it for the first episode of Counterpoints over here.
Was tried under. He intended to go on the stand and argue the majority of his peers.
Wait, did I miss the...
False.
I thought you linked me this because you said he talked about the Trump documents. Was it earlier in the timestamp?
Curious if you put Trump on the couch, how he wound up in this situation. Like, for somebody who...
And now here we are, finally a person with power, seemingly being prosecuted. But for me, the problem becomes it's still selective. It's selective in a different way.
A dream scenario.
I mean, anything that undoes the Espionage Act to me would be a huge gift to the United States, the idea that this law is one of the most repressive on the books, one of the most unconstitutional, flagrantly repressive laws, has been something that has been kind of gospel in left-level politics for decades. It goes back to 1917, Woodrow Wilson enacted it with the explicit purpose of criminalizing people who dissented from his desire to involve the U.S. in the European War and World War I. And many socialists, like Eugene Debs and others, were prosecuted on the grounds that essentially opposing the U.S. war policy meant they were aiding and abetting other countries and acting as agents of those countries. And then that was the law that was unearthed during the Obama years to start attacking whistleblowers at a record pace. And the reason is because it's a law that basically ensures the government can win. That was the law that Daniel Ellsberg was tried under. He intended to go on the stand and argue with three of his peers that yes, he leaked the Pentagon Papers, but it was justified for him to do so because the government had no right to conceal it in the first place, and the judge immediately shut it down and said under the Espionage Act, it doesn't matter what your motive is, it's a strict liability statute, and that's what makes it such a horrifically powerful weapon in the hands of the government. And there is an irony that the Trump administration prosecuted Julian Assange under this, and others, Trump cheered Snowden's prosecution under it, and now Trump himself faces prosecution under this law, but a principal civil libertarian, somebody who has worked, for example, at the ACLU, would have no choice but to say, in all instances where this law is applied, it's an unjust outcome.
Yeah, I think that's very well said. One of Trump's attorneys previewed, I think, a pretty potent line of argumentation they're going to be making in defense of this indictment, or in defense against this indictment. Yesterday outside the courthouse, she said basically, this is starting to make the U.S. look like Cuba and Venezuela, and this is our transformation towards a banana republic. As you point out, Glenn, this is a 1917-era law that was sort of immediately used to prosecute people on political grounds after being enacted. How do you think that argument is going to work for the Trump team? Do you see it where you have Joe Biden actually prosecuting the frontrunner in the Republican nomination, not necessarily like a Eugene Debs figure, but like the Republican frontrunner here? Do you see that along the lines of the argument the defense attorney is making there? How do you think this goes for them?
Well, there's a huge irony here in terms of my own trajectory and my own career and belief system, which is I watched President Obama immunize the entire CIA and all Bush officials for any prosecution for war on terror crimes, including torture. And there was a consensus in the Washington media and political class when he did that he did the right thing, just like Nixon did the right thing, Ford did the right thing when pardoning Nixon, on the grounds that, oh, only banana republics prosecute former presidents by subsequent administrations. And my argument at the time was, no, actually, what happens in a banana republic is there's a two-tiered system of justice, one for elites and one for everybody else, and not prosecuting war on terror criminals is what would make us this kind of banana republic. And now here we are, finally a person with power, seemingly being prosecuted. But for me, the problem becomes it's still selective. It's selective in a different way. Clearly, Trump is an enemy of the political establishment. The way they say others who did similar or worse things, like David Petraeus and Leon Panetta, and arguably Hillary Clinton was not. And
we looked up these things, and that's just not true.
They did not spend a single second in jail. They weren't charged with Espionage Act violations. And so I do think there's a highly political element to it. Just imagine if we watched what's happening in the United States, happening in one of the designated bad countries, where a current president imprisons, or his administration is trying to imprison, his leading opponent heading into an election where all polls show that opponent is leading.
What is an Espionage Act violation? What does he mean when he says that? Are there like title codes or something that... Okay, 18 USC is where Jack Smith's indictment has 4 charges. The Mar-a-Lago one, did the Mar-a-Lago obstruction and all that shit include? The documents case is an Espionage Act violation. Okay, so Trump indictments, Mar-a-Lago. Is it this? Is 18 USC, is everything under Title 18 espionage? Or, let's see, hold on. It's 18 USC 790 through 799. Oh, okay, so this first charge is Espionage Act. 793E. Gathering, transmitting, or losing defense information. And then E. Okay, I remember this. Gotcha. All right. And these were authorized under the Espionage Act. Okay.
When immediately sins, or his administration is trying to imprison, his leading opponent heading into an election where all polls show that opponent is leading, we would immediately say that's proof of despotism. Like when Vladimir Putin presided over Navalny's corruption charges, that was what was said, and it's hard to distinguish, I think, what's going on here.
I think that's especially...
Was he going to say why he disagrees with the charge? Of course not.
True, in light of the fact that Clinton actually could have also had the obstruction charges. Not just the Espionage Act violations, but potentially obstruction charges too.
For what?
She lied to the government. She said there was no classified information having ever gone over her server. She repeated that multiple times to investigators, and it turned out to be false.
Did Hillary say there is no classified information to investigators, or did she say that she didn't know if there was classified information? What statement? Which statements is he? Let's look at them. Hillary Clinton said no classified information on her servers. She said they were marked classified. 16 fact checks in the email issue, frequently awarding Pinocchios to Clinton for legalistic parsing. But in the light of the Trump investigation, Clinton is trying to draw a distinction between Trump's current travails and the probe that targeted her. It's worth reviewing what we know about the emails Clinton received on her private email server after FBI Director James B. Comey in 2016 announced to be no criminal charges regarding new details. That, to some extent, mitigates what Comey said at the time. As shown in an FBI photo of some of the documents from Trump, many have clear markings indicating they contain highly sensitive classified information. Clinton in her tweet suggests none of her emails were marked classified. That's technically correct. Whether those emails contained classified information was a major focus of the investigation, but a review of the recent investigations, including new information near the factor, shows Clinton has good reason for making a distinction with Trump. What Comey said at a July 5th, 2016 news conference, Comey said from the group of 30,000 emails returned to the State Department, 110 emails and 52 email chains had been determined by the owning agency to contain classified information at the time they were sent or received. He added that out of the thousands of emails we found that were not among those produced to states, agencies have concluded that 3 of those were classified at the time they were sent or received, 1 at the secret level and 2 at the confidential level. Separately, he said 2,000 additional emails were up-classified, so redactions could be made to make them suitable for public disclosure. The statement has generally been translated in news reports as the FBI determined that 113 emails contained classified information. Referring to 7 email chains that concerned issues classified at the top secret SAP level, Comey said there is evidence to support a conclusion that any reasonable person in Secretary Clinton's position or in the position of these government employees with whom she was corresponding about these matters should have known that an unclassified system was no place for that conversation. The classification dispute. Note that Comey said this assessment was determined by the owning agency. That means an intelligence agency, such as the CIA, had decided information in the email was classified, even if the email itself had not been marked classified. As the fact-checker disclosed in 2016, intelligence officials believed there were serious shortcomings in how the State Department handled sensitive communications. The State Department has both classified and unclassified systems, known informally as the high side and the low side. The classified system has tight controls, often housed in what is known as a sensitive compartment information facility. It is not possible to cut and paste from the classified system into the unclassified system. Clinton's private email system was designed to deal with the unclassified communication similar to the unclassified state.gov email accounts, but sometimes classified information seeped into mail exchanges. In one instance, a State Department official forwarded a newspaper article, then in subsequent exchanges, aides revealed sensitive details of a secret program as they discussed the shortcomings of that public report. Ultimately, that email chain ended up in Clinton's inbox. The senders used unclassified emails because of operational tempo, that is, the need to get information quickly to senior State Department officials at times when the recipients lacked access to classified systems, said a nearly 600-page Justice Department Inspector General report released in June of 2018 that critically examined Comey's decision to announce the results of the Clinton probe himself. To accomplish this, senders often refrained from using specific classified facts or terms in emails and worded emails carefully in an attempt to avoid transmitting classified information. Many of the emails in questions were sent late at night or on weekends, the report said. One prosecutor who worked on the case told the IG the problem was the State Department was so screwed up in the way they treated classified information that if you wanted to prosecute Hillary Clinton, you'd have to prosecute 150 State Department people. There was no evidence that the senders or former Secretary Clinton believed or were aware at the time that the emails contained classified information, the Justice IG report said. The emails in question were sent to other government officials in furtherance of the sender's official duties. There was no evidence that the sender or former Secretary Clinton intended that classified information to be sent to unauthorized recipients, or that they intentionally sought to store or store classified information on unauthorized systems. Remember, the intention part is what makes it a crime. David Kendall, an attorney for Clinton, told the fact-checker the State Department personnel who originated the emails did not think their content merited classification. Not a single one of the over 30,000 emails bore classification markings. The emails had classified markings. In his news conference, Comey said 3 of those were classified at the time they were sent or received. At the time, he said 1 was marked secret and 2 confidential, but at a congressional hearing 2 days later, he said all were marked confidential, the lowest form of classification. Moreover, he acknowledged that markings a C were contained in the body of the text, and contrary to standard practice, there was no header at the top alerting someone that this was classified material. He told lawmakers that without a header, it was a reasonable inference that this material was not classified. The emails concerned proposed talking points for Clinton when she called a foreign leader. The State Department later said that C markings should have been removed as a matter of course once Clinton decided to place the call, but through human error, they had not been deleted. In her FBI interview, Clinton said she did not know what C meant and speculated it was a reference to paragraphs ranked in alphabetical order. The IG report said the FBI missing the C markings. Oh, the IG report said the FBI missed the C markings until late in the investigation. Okay. In her Twitter thread, Clinton said Comey admitted he was wrong after he claimed unclassified emails, a reference to his remarks at the congressional hearing. When he testified before the House Oversight Committee, he was forced to concede the markings he pointed to were ambiguous, did not comply with federal classification guidelines, and did not contain proper classification markings, Kendall said. We did not respond to a request for comment. Okay. At the end of the process, on June 29, 2017, the Tillerson State Department agreed that there was no classified material in the 40 emails cited, but found that her use of a personal email server itself was a security violation without respect to any particular email. Though not publicized at the time, these findings were not surprising, since both the Secretary and her State Department colleagues based their emails on the work the department was doing and did not believe any of the emails contained classified information. The second investigation started in 2019. Kendall said he was informed states suspected Clinton was responsible for 12 classified spillages. based on emails that had not been among the earlier incidents that were investigated. Perhaps it's a coincidence, but the total number of security incidents investigated by State 52 matches the 52 email chains mentioned by Comey. The unclassified version of the diplomatic security investigation that was publicly released notes that a typical security violation involves pre-marked classified information discovered contemporaneously with the incident. None of the emails at issue in the review were marked as classified. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Gotcha. All right. Did I close that Glenn video? So Glenn was, I don't remember what Glenn's initial statement was. Oh, he implied that Hillary was lying, but I was trying to think Glenn will try to ad hom you, and then I said, I don't know, it doesn't matter. One-on-one, I don't think he can ad hom me. It's gonna look bad if he tries it. He can do it if he wants. Okay, we're doing Whitmer now, okay? After this video.
Why do you suppose I just spooned in your cage?
BRB gotta pee.
I don't know. Sure you do.
Okay, so I was a couple minutes off. That's my bad. That's my bad. Check. Let's turn this up a little bit. That's my bad. And there, two.
August of 2021 to 75 months in prison. Due to his cooperation with investigators and the subsequent convictions of Fox and Croft, a judge reduced his sentence to 30 months in September of 2022. Did Michigan win this year? I don't know. I don't follow college football anymore. No one cares, okay? Play the NFL. Play real football. Third tower evidence theory. What shot? What do I care? Okay.
Buddy.
Barry Croft Jr.
Meow.
Barry Croft Jr. regularly posted violent messages on his social media accounts. These accounts depicted him wearing a tricorn.
Bammy.
What the fuck is this? And a sweatshirt with an insignia associated with the 3 Percenters militia group. Gee, what was he? A Brit Bonger wannabe?
Girly bit. Buddy.
Almost fell over. Best thing you've ever sent me. Oh, Tom liked my meme. See? He was later identified as a second in command of its Wisconsin branch. The FBI identified him as a national leader of the organization in January 2021. He expressed support for the Russia investigation origins counter-narrative and opposition to the country's current immigration policy, and he believed the investigations into President Trump constituted an uprising. However, he also included Trump's name in a grievance-filled hit list of politicians that he wanted to hang, which he posted on Facebook in late June. He was living in Bear, Delaware at the time of his arrest. Croft was arrested multiple times from 94 to 96 for assault and burglary. He was convicted in 97 for possessing a gun in the commission of a felony and spent 3 years in prison. In April of 2019, Croft was pardoned for the conviction, as well as the prior assault and burglary charges by Delaware Governor John Carney. According to recordings of the plotters, Croft claimed he was granted permission from God to commit murder. Behaste! Croft was convicted in federal court for kidnapping, conspiracy to use a weapon of mass destruction, and possessing an unregistered destructive device. In 2022, of December, he was sentenced to 19 years and 7 months in federal prison. What is this weapon of mass destruction? I can't wait to get to this part of the plot. Oh, boy. Caleb Franks.
There we go.
Had spent
Sheesh.
$4,000
Come on,
on the
OBS. Don't be
during
doing
the
me
prank,
like that.
including a helmet and night vision goggles. He also brought a rifle with a suppressor to one of the training. If you buy a thing in the it's like part of a conspiracy to commit a crime, do you at least get to keep your shit? Like, let's say that I buy night vision goggles because I want to go kidnap somebody. Let's say I'm convicted. Fine, I'm guilty. But like, do I get to keep my night vision goggles, or are they like taken from me? Because it's not like it's illegal to have them, right?
No, they're probably evidence, homie.
Do USA Geography? It's been a month. You know what? After we finish our first read-through of this, we will. We'll do the 50 states, okay? It's evidence, dumbass. SWAT is so getting that shit. Fuck, that would suck. Imagine if they jack your shit, dude. He also brought a rifle with a suppressor to one of the training exercises. According to his LinkedIn profile, he studied clinical psychology at Washtenaw Community College and was employed as a peer recovery coach at an addiction treatment center in Waterford. He had previously battled an addiction to heroin, but has been sober since 2013, according to his lawyer. He was convicted in 2011 for cocaine possession and in 2013 for second-degree home invasion. He served 9 months in jail and 2 years under the jurisdiction of drug courts. He testified that he was motivated by a desire to die because much of his family had died and he didn't want to live anymore, and he'd secretly hoped to be killed by police in a shootout. Well, why did it not happen? Franks pleaded guilty to kidnapping conspiracy, was sentenced to 4 years in prison by a federal judge. Daniel Harris served in the U.S. Marine Corps as a rifleman from 2014 to 2019, most recently at Marine Corps' base camp Lejeune in Jacksonville, North Carolina. What does it mean if you're a rifleman? We must have more things in the Army or the Marines for you to do than just walk around with a rifle, right? What do you actually do? That must mean, like, there must be, like, more for this job, right? In the Marine Corps, the MOS 0311 is for riflemen. It is the primary infantry MOS for the Marine Corps, equivalent to the U.S. Army MOS 11B for infantrymen. Training for Marine Corps was conducted by the... It's a sub-role in infantry. Oh, okay. Wait, why did the Marine Corps and the Army use this MOS thing, but the Air Force and other people don't? What the fuck? Riflemen are the primary scouts, assault troops, and close combat forces available to the Marine Air Ground Task Force. They're the foundation of the Marine Infantry Organization, and as such are the nucleus of the fire team of the Rifle Squad. Wow. Air Force does, they just have their own acronyms, AFSC. Navy has NEC. Cringe. The Glental get moved to tomorrow? It's supposed to be on Saturday. Wait, what is today? Is today Saturday? Today's Thursday. It's supposed to be Saturday, but I don't have a confirmation yet. We're waiting on him. Distorted jams exactly as you'd expect. Wait, what? We're ordering a new mouse today, guys. Another one. You want faces to the names. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay. Destiny, college football is better than the NFL because the unpredictability plus raw emotional investment of athletes who are often playing not just for a win, but for the potential to secure a future. Wow. Thank you for that. Don't listen to him. College football is cringe and the NFL is cool. Wow. Listen, we're not going to get into this because I don't really care that much, okay? But I'm going to be honest, growing up, I thought college football was one of the best sports in the U.S., better than the NBA, and better than the NFL. Because I think 12 games is base. It makes every game super important and super hype. And I thought it was cool to watch players and teams, like, grow up with each other, right? It's cool to see a kid, you know, or like a black shirt or red shirt, whatever the fuck, you know, freshman, sophomore year, like growing into like being really, really good players, and then watching teams work together and like seeing what they could do like next season. I thought that was cool. I enjoyed that. I thought that was like, you know, I thought that was fun. Yeah. The NFL stuff, I'm gonna be honest, as somebody that came from college football and briefly thought about like NFL shit, the idea of like teams shuffling around like every single however often they do drafts, whatever, actually like completely made me not give a fuck about anything related to that. But I also probably never would have gotten into it because fuck sports. Okay. That doesn't happen anymore because of transfers and the new NLA deals. You can get into the NCAA. Oh, okay. I don't know. Maybe. NIL, not NLA. Roll the mouse wheel aggressively against your mouse pad for 1 to 2 minutes and it should be fixed. Wait, what? Oh, shut up. It's gonna break my shit. Did this actually work? Wait, it can't be that easy. Have all my mouse problems been because of this? Hold on. Wait, holy shit. Wait, this is my issue the entire time? We'll see if it happens again. Is your mouse doing the thing where it'll randomly scroll up? Yeah. Should DeSantis stay in the race no matter what because of the possibility that Trump can't be the nominee? Maybe. That's actually interesting. I wonder if that'll influence the people that are running to never drop because, like, Trump, yeah. Harris deployed to Japan, where he reached the rank of corporal. He was awarded the Humanitarian Service Medal, the Marine Corps' Good Conduct Medal, and the Global War on Terrorism Service Medal. He worked as a security guard at 2 different companies after being discharged. In June, he attended a Black Lives Matter rally in his hometown in Lake Orion and was interviewed by a local newspaper where he said he was upset about the killing of George Floyd and police violence. Wow. 8 of the suspected conspirators met at Harris's home on August 23rd to discuss the plot. While under surveillance, Harris was recorded by the FBI saying, "Have one person go to her house, knock on the door, and when she answers it, just cap her at this point. Fuck it." Damn. Harris is the only defendant to take the stand in his own defense in the first federal trial. In April of 2022, he was acquitted of all charges. Damn. Brandon Caserta, a Canton resident, was shown wearing a Hawaiian-style shirt associated with the Boogaloo movement in a TikTok video, and on Facebook he praised Kyle Rittenhouse, a civilian who shot 3 protesters, killing 2 during unrest in Kenosha, Wisconsin in August. Caserta was also a COVID-19 denier and supported the QAnon conspiracy theory. However, in one video, he criticized President Trump and called him a tyrant. His belief system apparently became more extreme following Whitmer's implementation of the statewide lockdown. His social media activity originally consisted of posts about comedy shows and podcasts, motivational quotes, and selfies, but following the lockdown, he began liking posts about conspiracy theories regarding Bill Gates, as well as memes about hog-tying police officers. While under surveillance, Caserta was recorded by the FBI saying when the time comes, there will be no need to try and strike fear through presence. The fear will be manifested through bullets. And if this whole thing starts to happen, I'm telling you what, dude, I'm taking out as many of those motherfuckers as I can. Every single one, dude. Every single one. In April 2022, Caserta was acquitted by a jury of all charges relating to the plot. Pete Musico was active on YouTube, where he posted video blogs against taxes, gun control, and the so-called deep state. A video posted in 2019 entitled Gretchen Whitmer Interview depicted him railing against her policies around automobile ownership and promised he would interview Whitmer in person in a later video. Shut up. Samson Breed, you're retarded. College players are only on a team for 3 to 4 years. It's CFB, always getting new players, and makes it hard to follow rosters. NFL has more continuity. That's not what your mom said. But I'm continuing to fuck her every day. Why do they always get acquitted? The same thing happened with the people who took over the wildlife refuge in Oregon. I mean, for these guys, let's see. I think for criminal conspiracy, you need to be part of a plan, and then you need to take at least one step towards accomplishing the plan. I mean, as bad as it might sound, a bunch of guys standing around being like, I want to fucking kill, we should fucking kill the senator, blah, we should blah, blah, blah. Is that illegal? I don't think that's illegal. It's probably freedom of speech. Almost certainly should be protected speech. If it's just happening between you and friends. Now, if you guys like create a coherent conspiracy and you start taking, I think you need at least one step towards it in order to do it, then sure, now we've got a crime, or at least a conspiracy to commit a crime, which is a crime. But absent that, you should be able to talk about and say whatever the fuck you want, right? Musigo was also active on Gab, where he promoted the unfounded claim that there was an ongoing campaign to kill white people in South Africa. He also followed the accounts of Proud Boys organizer Joe Biggs and InfoWars personality Owen Schroyer. On Twitter, he expressed support for Trump and conspiracy theories regarding Bill and Hillary Clinton, the high presence of mercury in vaccines. Musigo's attorney said he was eventually kicked out of the Wolverine Watchmen because he was too soft and would not commit to violence. Musigo is the father-in-law of co-defendant Joseph Morrison. On October of 2022, Musigo was convicted in Michigan State Court of materially aiding a terrorist being a member of a gang. On December 15th, 2022, he was sentenced to 12 to 20 years in prison. Sean Fix. He hosted the Wolverine Watchmen meetings at his home in Belleville to discuss the plot. The house's yard had Donald Trump presidential campaign signs and a Gadsden flag. Jesus. He was working as a truck driver and had more than a dozen driving infractions from 2007 to 2018. Okay, chill. That's like one ticket a year. Not too bad. Fix was charged with assault and battery and damn, why are they digging up this guy's driving record? Come on. Eric Alert. Listen to the guy you're reading about firsthand in an interview with 400 views.
What do we got next, Mark? Oh, yeah, that's right.
Jesus.
You know what? Everybody really liked the last segment, Dum Dum Dana. We got a new segment.
Wait. We were reading about Sean Fix. He was charged with, let's get through Eric Muller before he listen to things about it. Fix was charged with assault and battery and aggravated assault in 2012, but the victim dropped the charges in 2013. Fix was one of 5 suspects turned over for trial on December 7th, 2022. They're accused of providing material support for terrorist acts as well as a gun crime. Was on cope session about the Houthi? Don't care. Eric Molitor, a Cadillac resident, he lived in the car, had posted support of the Boogaloo movement on his Facebook profile. He also spoke positively about Rittenhouse and the St. Louis gun-toting controversy. Oh God, these guys. Along with an anti-government sentiment, he had worked for a company that provides respiratory and ballistic protection to the military and first responders. In January 2020, he gave the Wexford County Commission a proposal to make it a Second Amendment sanctuary county, which passed unanimously the next month. Molitor was one of 5 suspects turned over for trial on December 7, 2022. They're accused of providing material support for terrorist acts as well as a gun crime. How did this actually end? God, this was so fucking cringe. Everything about it was cringe. The protesters were also cringe. These people were especially cringe. Did anything happen? I thought they got charged or convicted with something, but I could be wrong. Filed charges against the McCloskey couple on July 20th. This injured national attention. They pled guilty to misdemeanor offenses. Mark for 4th-degree assault, Patricia for harassment. Mark was required to pay a $750 fine, and Patricia $2,000, and their guns used in the incident were required to be surrendered and destroyed. In August 2020, they were both pardoned by Missouri Governor Mike Parson. Suspended the couple's law licenses indefinitely, but stayed the punishment and imposed 1 year of probation. What does it mean if you suspend a law license but stay the punishment? So they like did it but then didn't do it, or? Oh, state equals no time. Okay. I'm so curious what the what were the charges for? Unlawful use of a weapon, a Class E felony, which can carry a sentence of up to 4 years in prison and a fine of $10,000. Procedure of national security from Republican politicians filed charges against for unlawful use of a weapon. Because of, did they point it at them, or? On July 21st, 2020, Missouri Attorney General Eric Schmidt filed an amicus brief which argued Missouri statutes specifically authorize Missouri citizens to use firearms to defend assailants, protect themselves, their families, and homes from violent activities, and request dismissal of the case against the McCloskeys. Schmidt expressed his concern for the chilling effect this case has on people exercising Second Amendment rights. Retired Supreme Court on it was critical of the intervention, saying that Schmidt had no role in the trial court level and might be called on to represent prosecutors. The McCloskeys are convicted and appeal. July 22nd, the anonymous received a list which said the lab had tested both the rifle and the handgun. The rifle fired when tested, but the handgun was not functional and could not be fired. The request prosecutor turned out the handgun was stripped and found to be assembled incorrectly. The prosecutor then requested it to be reassembled correctly and just fired again. The handgun then fired properly. The prosecutor's charging documents said the handgun was capable of lethal use. What was the actual charge? Like, or why, how, what is the charge for? Like, 4th degree assault. Was it just standing on the porch, like, holding the guns, or? Does Legal Eagle have a video on this? I'm so curious. Legal Eagle McCloskey? Oh, fuck if he doesn't. Brandishing? Is brandishing a firearm, if you don't point it directly at somebody on your own property, is that illegal? You butchered that spelling? Good. Ugh. Klowski, conviction. Did anybody go over this case? Legal Eagle is actually like, I find that as I go over the Legal Eagle videos, and then I also go over other stuff, like reading and doing stuff, I feel like he actually does a really good job at giving both sides of an argument. I appreciate that. The video called Lawyers Go Insane? Wait, was that about them? This was 1 year ago.
Every lawyer always puts their client's interest first and is
This
always...
just looks like random lawyers being dumb or whatever. Go to 11:45.
Every lawyer always puts their client's interest first and is always...
Oh.
Florida man. But that takes us to a couple of lawyers you might have heard something about.
Good evening, America. We are Mark and Patty McCloskey.
They are the Missouri personal injury lawyers who spent decades suing everyone for everything. Then they waved their guns at BLM protesters, became MAGA celebrities, and then they sued even more people. Now, personal injury attorneys are often referred to as ambulance chasers due to a reputation for filing costly frivolous suits. But in the case of Missouri personal injury lawyers Patricia and Mark McCloskey, it turns out all you need to do is basically look at them the wrong way, and they'll sue you. or they'll point their guns at your face.
We'll sue ya. To put a gun in your face, she'll shoot ya, probably because of your race.
Now, you've likely seen this viral photo from June 2020 when the McCloskeys pointed firearms at BLM protesters marching past their St. Louis home. But that's not their first public spectacle. Here's how Jeremy Kohler of the St. Louis Dispatch described the couple following a review of public records. Quote, the McCloskeys are almost always in conflict with others, typically over control of private property, what people can do on that property, and whose job it is to make sure they do it. Now, among their many, many legal fights, it includes suing to obtain their home, a castle originally built by Adolphus Bush, co-founder of Anheuser-Busch, suing a man who sold them a Maserati they claimed was supposed to come with a box of hard-to-find parts, and fighting their HOA to acquire 1,100 square feet of a triangle of lawn designated as common area for the neighborhood. Now, one notable McCloskey dispute bordered on cartoon villainy. In 2013, Mark McCloskey allegedly destroyed beehives placed outside his mansion's northern wall by the neighboring Jewish Center Reform congregation, then left a note saying that if the mess wasn't cleaned up quickly, he'd seek a restraining order and attorney's fees. The congregation was planning to harvest the honey and apples on property for Jewish New Year. According to Rabbi Susan Tall, quote, the children were crying in school. It was part of our curriculum. Now, Mark McCloskey denied destroying the hives, and a Stokes investigation was unable to confirm who killed the bees.
Yeah, he's just going over like wacky shit that more people don't. Oh, weird. Fuck. I'm sorry. How did we get down this? I feel like when I remember everything that happened for this incident, these guys posted big cringe, but I don't feel like they actually did anything wrong or illegal. But I don't know what all their action looked like. Like if I'm trying to think, if you're waving around a gun at a crowd of protesters that have like broken into your little gated bullshit, would that count as assault? Should it count as assault? Probably should. Probably should. It probably should, unless they're on your property. Probably should. I wonder what video footage was really. Were they like, for instance? So, if the guys were walking through here, and if one of these two was like pointing weapons at them, get out of here, get away from here, blah blah blah. I could see that, assuming they had no weapons and didn't seem like they were coming onto their private property. I could see that being like, okay, that's assault, or that's at least a misdemeanor. Sure, you fucked up. Sure. But I'm just curious what. Yeah. He literally talks about the RLM shit in the next sentence. You just had to keep watching it. Okay, sure, but I doubt he's. There was like 20 seconds left in that segment. I doubt he's gonna go into it much or at all. Oh wait, shit. Never mind. There's a whole other thing. Wait, maybe he will. My bad.
On property for Jewish New Year. According to Rabbi Susan Tall, quote, the children were crying in school. It was part of our curriculum. Now, Mark McCloskey denied destroying the hives, and a Stokes investigation was unable to confirm who killed the bees.
No, not the bees! Not the bees!
Now, flash forward to June 2020 when a group of several hundred BLM demonstrators marched on the home of St. Louis Mayor Linda Crewson. Mayor Crewson had triggered fierce backlash when, during a Facebook Live post, she read the full names and addresses of George Floyd protesters who had written letters encouraging her to defund police departments. Critics accused her of doxing critics to open them up to public harassment and retaliation. And on June 28th, protesters marched toward Crewson's home along a street called Portland Place, which is blocked with heavy iron gates and signs marked private property. But one of the houses on Portland Place is a Renaissance-style palazzo owned by, you guessed it, Patricia and Mark McCloskey. When the demonstrators crossed paths with McCloskey's, the pair countered the protesters' First Amendment rights by threatening them with their Second Amendment rights. Mr. McCloskey stepped onto his patio holding a rifle and yelled, "Get the hell out of my neighborhood and private property, get out." After McCloskey brandished his rifle, Mrs. McCloskey then came out of the door barefoot, wielding a small silver pistol and aimed it directly at the demonstrators. The entire confrontation lasted about 12 minutes, after which the protesters converged on Mayor Crewson's home for several hours of protest. But the McCloskeys immediately became the couple who launched 1,000 memes and lawsuits, because the McCloskeys sued the photographer who took their viral photograph, the online retailer who used that photo to sell products with their unflattering captions, and while the couple became MAGA celebrities,
they were going to be beat up badly, and the house was going to be totally ransacked and probably burned down like they tried to burn down churches.
No, I don't think that was ever going to happen. I don't think that's true.
In June 2021, the McCloskeys pleaded guilty to misdemeanor offenses. Mark for fourth-degree assault with a $750 fine, and Patricia for harassment with a $2,000 fine. The couple was required to surrender their guns for destruction. And Mark McCloskey wasted no time in blaming the person actually responsible for all of this, George Soros. But in August of 2021, Missouri Governor Mike Parson pardoned the McCloskeys, which he had promised to do if they were convicted. The McCloskeys, true to form, then immediately sued the city, the sheriff, and the state, alleging the pardon entitled them to have their guns returned and fines refunded. But in February 2022, the Missouri Supreme Court subjected the McCloskeys' law licenses to a one-year probationary period. After ruling, Mark McCloskey said that he was disappointed the court disciplined him at all, and announced he was considering asking the U.S. Supreme Court to review the case. Now, if you're a terrible lawyer trying to evade public scrutiny, or just a normal person trying to boost your privacy, try today sponsoring NordVPN. Because you know that incognito mode actually isn't incognito, right? Well, with NordVPN's no logs policy, your internet service provider...
Holding a high-powered rifle and wielding a pistol in these now viral images, Mark and Patricia
Ooh, hold on. That one looked kind of iffy. Wait.
Holding a high-powered rifle and wielding a
Don't
pistol.
talk shit about my friend Ratal. I'm a fucking...
In these now...
Okay, this might be a little bit iffy.
Last vessel sent against us, the sniveling coward, and there were countless before him, all equally pathetic and unworthy. Well, I'm different.
St. Louis neighborhood. Now the well-known local attorneys are defending their actions.
People wearing body armor. One person pulled out some loaded pistol magazines and clicked them together and said, "You were next. We're threatened with our lives. Threatened with a house burned down."
The incident unfolded Sunday.
By the way, she got the $2,000 fine and he only got $700.
As demonstrators marched to the mayor's nearby house to demand her resignation, This after she gave out names and addresses of demonstrators demanding police reform Friday on a Facebook Live video. The McCloskeys say tensions escalated when they were threatened by a fringe group.
As I said, this is private property. Those words enraged the crowd.
Whenever he picked up the gun, that's whenever things kind of went to another level.
Hey, I'm gonna take that from you! I'm gonna take it from you!
The viral images drawing both outrage and support across the country. The president retweeting a video of the incident. And overnight, the city's first black chief prosecutor announced she is investigating, saying in part,
"We must protect the right to peacefully protest, and any attempts to shield through intimidation or use of force will not be tolerated."
Patricia McClosky appears to point a gun at protesters as her husband clutches his rifle. The couple recorded from multiple angles by several witnesses.
She came out of a front door with a pistol, but she actually had her finger on the trigger of the pistol, and she was like visibly nervous.
I can't blame my wife for being terrified and for doing what she could to protect what she thought was her girl.
I wonder if you... I'm trying to think of... If I were to walk up to somebody in a bar and I were to pull out a dysfunctional pistol or an unoperable pistol, I know it doesn't work, and I aim it right at their face, because the other person would interpret it as like a deadly threat. I wonder what my charge would be for that. It would just be some kind of assault, because like apparently this gun doesn't work, and they tested it, it doesn't work. I mean, weren't they on their property? Well, so I don't think they were on their property. If I could remember, I feel like they had like a house here, and then there was like a little gated community that they had to get in, and I think the protesters broke down this gate to go and walk to the governor's house or whatever to protest, and then their private property was here. But I don't believe that protesters were on their private property. Like, I think this is their, like, probably their property. This is the house. And then the protesters broke down the gate here and started marching. So they already broke into somewhere they had no right to be, I guess, but that isn't really relevant at all to this thing. You couldn't, like, snipe and shoot and kill somebody breaking into your neighbor's house.
The McCloskeys say the crowd broke down this gate to gain access to their community.
To me, it just seemed like someone either left it unlocked or it was already broken, because people just kind of walked up and opened the door.
Despite the tense, armed encounter, it appears no Missouri laws were broken, and the couple is insisting they do not oppose the Black Lives Matter movement and were simply trying to protect their family. This morning, another community in America on edge and reeling from a close encounter that could have easily escalated.
Miguel, you mentioned it appears no Missouri laws were broken in that incident, but that St. Louis prosecutors are looking into it. Can you explain?
Well, Missouri has some of the loosest gun restrictions in the country. The couple here is claiming self-defense, so we'll see what investigators say about that. In the meantime, Mark McLuce's gun restrictions
incident, but that
close encounter, their family, and the couple is insisting
open the door.
Like the lady there.
Armed encounter.
I don't like.
Either left it unlocked or it was already broken, because people just kind of walked up and opened the door.
I'm pretty sure this was. I'm almost positive this gate was broken. I'm almost positive that that's what this came out as. But
despite the tense,
Destiny, that stands in opposition to your Rittenhouse statement. I'm sorry. What do you think I just said? That stands in opposition to my Rittenhouse statement.
Armed encounter, it appears no Missouri laws were broken, and the couple is insisting they do not oppose the Black Lives Matter movement and were simply trying to protect their family. This morning, another community in America on edge and reeling from a close encounter that could have easily escalated.
Miguel, you mentioned it appears no Missouri laws were broken in that incident, but that St. Louis prosecutors are looking into it. Can you explain?
Well, Missouri has some of the loosest gun restrictions in the country. The couple here is claiming self-defense, so we'll see what investigators say about that. In the meantime, Mark McClosky says he and his family have been threatened with violence. He's boarded up his office as a precaution, but again, his attorney tells us that they do not represent the anti-Black Lives Matter groups. They were simply trying to protect their home.
Weird. Okay. I don't like that there's not exclusive. Okay, sorry. Flagging everyone in the crowd is crazy. Yeah, in terms of just like responsible gun usage or whatever, they get like an F minus, right? It was horribly done, of course. Even the guy, technically, I think it's still considered flagging, even if your finger's off the trigger. If you're just like waving your gun around, it is wildly and grossly irresponsible. But I don't know if that's illegal. Like if I flag somebody in a range, I don't think it's illegal to do that. It's just like really irresponsible. But if I do it in a threatening manner, pretty sure that's assault. But if I do it in a threatening manner on my property, I don't think it's assault. But if I do it in a threatening manner while I'm on my property and they're not on my property, I think that's assault. Like if somebody was trying to smash my door down and I lean out of my house with a handgun and I'm like, yo, get the fuck away, I'm gonna kill you. Pretty sure I think I'm within my right to do that. But if people are marching down the street protesting and I take out my Mosin and I'm like, you better stay the fuck away from my house while I'm aiming at them, I'm pretty sure that's illegal. I'm pretty sure. And by pretty sure, I mean, it feels like it is probably okay. And I have no legal basis for saying that. Just my think is, yeah, okay.
Great hand. We've got this great hand, but when people say
Drone tech and YouTube. What?
MAGA, they're actually looking at people voting for Trump, and they think they're voting, and they're basically scapegoating them that you are like him. But I don't think they're voting for Trump because of his family values. Now, if you look, just take a step back, be honest. He was kind of right about NATO, kind of right about immigration. He grew the economy quite well.
China virus.
Kind of right about NATO. Kind of right about immigration. What an empty statement. Like, Hitler was kind of right about Germany, and he was kind of right about the Jews. Like, those are two true statements, but like, the parts that we're right about and the parts that we're not right about are kind of material to what the fuck we're talking about here. Like what a weird statement to make.
Reform worked. He was right about some of China. I don't like
right about some. What are we talking about? What are we right about? Why not, like, can we be a little bit more precise here?
What he did.
No, I said China virus.
Yeah, I understand. He may have been right. And I don't like how he said things about Mexico. I don't like, but he wasn't wrong about some of these critical issues. And that's
Trump wasn't wrong that we need to do something about immigration and the economy. Wow, how prescient. Destiny drone tech. A mob breaking down a gate to private property isn't threatening.
BRB guys,
not
gotta
threatening you.
say
No.
hi to the
They
old
weren't bringing down the
bitch.
gate to your house. No.
I don't mean it. I just mean she's a bitch. Well, I'm an asshole though. That's true. Shut up, bitch. Alright, be right back, guys. Oh, the main cutie, completely respectable, ladylike woman who would never be called anything such as a bitch. Burblol. Okay. Alright, okay. Well, here's the thing. To my buddies on Kick and Twitch, my girlfriend just got home, so I gotta change out of this spiffy collared shirt here, and we're gonna go hit the gym. And yeah, I wish I had gotten more than 4 hours in. I guess I did. I wish I had gotten to 5 hours, but yeah, I'll most likely be back before midnight. But yeah, I'm gonna call it for the time being. Peace and love, everybody. They can only just see your blondies.